accused were brought late today.
Brigadier, you're still under oath.
Yes, why not? Brigadier Gininda, it was alleged that in cross-examination to Sergeant Mokhane and Sergeant Mukhola that you were present at 2 scenes of assault. The first scene being near the steel stairs. It was put to Sergeant Mokhane and Mukhola that you arrived with Sergeant Mukhola and a gentleman in braces. It would appear that it is suggested that it was on the 18th of June 2020. There's the first scene. The second scene, it was put to the 2 witnesses, Sergeant Mokhane and Mukhola, that on the 19th of June, you were present near a dumping place at Orlando where there were disused ATM machines, that you came with Sergeant Mukhola in a white BMW, that you had documents in your possession that you gave to Colonel Rapadu, on which accused number 2 was forced to put his thumbprint, and that later this process was completed at Moroka Police Station, the process of thumbprinting. What is your comment on this?
So just before
Allegations.
Kenya. Lana ke umshushisi manje ke utshela noma ubuza ke ubrigadier ukuthi ke lana kuneyintolo ke ezilethiwe kofakazi bebekhona la enkantolo uMukhane kanye noMukhalo ukuthi ke kuneyindawo ezimbili noma amasini amabili eyoqala nge-18 ka June 2020 la kuthiwa khona ke kwakuneyinsimbi khona la kuthiwa okwashaywa khona ke umsola nokuthi futhi eyesibili kwange-19 ka June 2020 eduze ke kwendawo la kwahlelwa khona ke izibi engase Orlando enabo nemishini ke ye-ATM engasetshenziswa la khona ke wafika khona ubrigadier ehamba naye uSergeant Mukhola base futhi bephethe ke idocument awayinikeza ke ubrigadier so uKenel Rapadu.
So before you respond, Mr. Baloi, are you correct when you say in the first scene this is alleged, so it was put to the brigadier that he was at a place of steel poles?
Not. Look, there was that first scene near the garage.
Yes, you must put everything because
yes.
we shouldn't have a problem about the assertions.
Yes, that after the initial assault near a garage in Alberton, that they proceeded to this place where there were still chairs.
No, man, there was a dumping place. Am I
Yes.
quoting you correctly, Mr.
That's correct.
Commander? And
Yes.
thereafter taken to
Yes.
the place where there are steel poles,
Yes.
handcuffed into blah blah blah.
Indeed, my lord.
The dumping place is there. Those steel pipes
Yeah.
in a dumping area.
Also, it's one area.
One
What incorporates the dumping area and the steel pipes?
No, same area.
Same area.
Yes, same area.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
All right. So, my lord, that's not true. First of all, that did not happen. So, I would want to answer from the 19th moving backwards.
Okokuqala nje angisho nje ukuthi lokho akusona iqiniso mangiphendula ke ngizoqala ke kusona i-19 ngibuyele emuva ke.
So, on the 19th of June, my lord, 2020, it is incorrect that there was such an incident because Sergeant Mukhola, I want to start with her, she was taking, I think, accused number 1 to court, and the charge sheet, the defense is in possession of the charge sheet insofar as the drug-related matter. So that morning, she booked the accused from Valeria to Tembisa Court, and then the accused was taken back on that specific day, on the 19th of June 2020.
Ngazo i-19 ka June 2020 ke ilanga lelo uSergeant Mukhola angiqale ngaye ke akhipha ngalo imanga process ke umsolo wokuqala emikisa noma emhambisa ke emkhipha kumasela aseValeria emhambisa enkantolo yaseTembisa cabanga ukuthi ke abameli banayo ke ne-charge sheet yangalelo langa lelo.
The defense, my lord, is also in possession of the relevant entry books, OB entries, that confirms that indeed accused one was booked from the police station for court purposes and back. The time is clearly indicated there.
Futhi ke abameli banawo ke namakhophi ke alama OB books noma le incwadi ezisetshenziswayo ebhala kuzona ke police station noma kuma cell echazayo ukuthi ngesikhathi esithize ke wakhishwa ke wabe sefuthi seyabuselwa. Abameli banawo lawo makhophi lawo.
And on that specific day, my lord, she was not issued at that stage with a BMW. She was driving a red VW GTI, which was the car that was issued by me as a commander for her utilization.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke wayengahambi ke nge-BMW, wayehamba ke nge-VW GTI ebomvu ngombala eyakhishwa yimina ke nanjengomphathi noma ke i-commander yakhe.
Furthermore, my lord, I was not with her on that specific day. I was doing my admin duties in the national office, and I was nowhere near her during the course of the day.
Futhi ke ngalelo langa lelo ngangekho ndawonye naye ke mina ngangenza ke umsebenzi yami ke e-office e-national office angaze nje ngisondele ke yena ke noma ngisebese duze la akhona ngalelo langa nge-19.
The only time we met, my lord, was later that evening, say late afternoon, when we proceeded to follow the investigation insofar as the hood is concerned of accused number 2. That was the only time we were in the same vehicle, and we met accused number 2 with the members in Phuket. That was my first encounter with accused number 2.
Futhi ke uma sesihlangana ke ilanga la selihambile ke ngalelo suku lolo ke sesimanje sesiyokwenza ke noma siyoqhubeka ngophenyo lwehudi ngokumayelana naye ke umsolo wesibili. Futhi ke sahlangana naye umsolo ke ekanye namanye amalunga ePhukeng. Yilapho ke la esathi ke saba semotweni eyodwa mina naye ngalelo langa lelo.
And my directive, my lord, when we moved from Johannesburg, this is now Main Sergeant Kula, I instructed the members, this is now Sergeant Mohani and Sergeant Mabena, to meet me at Phuking SAPS. That is where we reported with the accused, and from there we were accompanied by the local police officers to the address of accused number 2.
Futhi ke mina ke uma manje sengitshela ke amaphoyisa ke ukuthi ke asihlangane kuphi, ngabatshela ke ukuthi ke asihlanganeni e-police station yasePhukeng ila esahlangana khona noma esaqala khona ke naye ke umsolwa sasesiphelezelwa ke amaphoyisa akhona lapho siya kwindawo leyo ke owayehlala khona ke umsolwa.
So up to then, my lord, up to the time when the search was conducted, dockets opened, accused detained and transferred to Primrose, there was no assault that I witnessed, and I'm referring now to Phuking because the only time I came face to face with accused 2 on that specific day was in Phuking, my lord.
Futhi ke lapho ke ePhukeng ngoba ke ila engahlangana khona ke nomsolwa ke ePhukeng usikhathi ke la ekuyoseshwa khona ke sekuvulwa ke idokodo ke esendluliselwa ePrimrose. Lapho nje akukho ukushaywa okwenzeka ngikhona engakubona mina.
Furthermore, my lord, as I indicated yesterday, after the docket of possession of unlicensed ammunition was opened, accused number 2 was detained, was taken through the books in Phuking, and those OB entries clearly reflects that there was no complaint of injuries reflected in those OBs, and those OBs are in possession of the defense.
Futhi ke uma umsolo wesibili ke endluliselwa khona ke ePrimrose kubhaliwe ke lapha ngoba ke kuma copy abanawo abameli ama OB alaphayana ke ePrimrose akukho la actually noma ebhalwe khona ke ukuthi washaywa.
No, I mean at Phuking. So first he was detained in Phuking and then transferred to Primrose. Yeah. So both stations. Phuking, there's no such entry, and such OB entries, my lord, are in possession of the defense.
Ngicela ngifuna ukuthi ke ngisho ke ePhukeng ukuthi kuzo zoyimbili le iteshi lesi iPhukeng nala andluliselwe khona ke ePrimrose kuzona zoyimbili ke lezo ncwadi noma ama OB akhona ke akukho nje la ekubhalwe khona.
So the version that he was assaulted in my presence on the 19th, my lord, is false. I was not part of that, and I'm not aware of such because it would have been reflected somewhere in the entries that there's some complaint of some assault, or I would have been told. Even himself during the interaction, my lord, he never said anything to me on that day.
Ngakho ke le nkulumo yokuthi washaywa ke eshaywa ngikhona ke ngakubona ke mina lokho kungamanga lokho ngoba ke akukho la akubhalwe khona naye ke inkathi ngikhulumisana naye akakazeke ayikhulume noma ayisho leyo nto leyo.
My lord, on the events of the 18th, it's also false. I was not. The only thing that, perhaps if the court can just give me a few minutes, I just want to refresh my memory with my diary.
Before you refresh your memory from the diary, to which period does that diary relate?
So the diary will relate to the relevant dates in question, my lord, insofar as these confessions are concerned. So it will cover the date of the 30th when accused one, 30th of May 2020 when accused one was arrested, insofar as my interview that I had with him. It will also cover the 31st of May because I was on duty. It will cover also, well, it covers most of the dates, but the relevant dates for this purpose, my lord, will be also the 4th of June when I made arrangements with Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe for the pointing out. It will also cover the events of the 5th of June, that is the day of the pointing out. It will cover also the 19th, that is in relation to accused number 2. It will cover also the 22nd, that's when I obtained the statement from Mr. Melder, the dental examination that was done, and the appearances, of course, of accused number 2 in Kabang in that court on that specific day. It will cover also the arrangements of the 24th of June, that is in relation to the confession that was made to the magistrate. Magistrate by accused number 2.
What about the 23rd?
I'm going there, yes, my lord. That it will also cover the events of the 23rd of June 2020, where there was this interaction between myself, accused number 2, and his attorney.
Lana-ke umshushizi ebecela isikhathi-ke ubrigadier ukuthi kabheke nje idayari yakhe-ke ukuthi ayikhumbuzeke ukuthi kwenzekani-ke. Bese mbuza umshushizi ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi wenze lokho ukuthi amaphi amalanga-ke idayari le yakho ezawakhava noma-ke ezokhuluma ngawo. Idate yange-30 kanye ne-31 zika-May ngo-2020. Idate yange-4 zika-June la khona-ke engangikhulumisana khona no-Colonel Hadebe mayelana-ke ne-pointing out ekwakufanele ukuthi iyokwenziwa-ke, bese kuba-ke yi-5 zona-ke lezo ey'ka-June, ilanga lelo i-pointing out eyenziwa ngalo. Idate yange-19 kanye nazo-ke i-22 kanye futhi-ke ngeyi-22 kwakwenza ukulungiselelwa-ke ukuthi-ke umsolwa manje esezohamba-ke eye ayokhulumisana-ke nemantshi, bese kuba yilanga langeyi-24 la khona-ke ayihlezi phansi khona nemantshi egonyuluka kuyona-ke kanye neyi-23 la khona-ke kwakuyimina ukhuluma yena ubrigadier umsolwa kanye nommeli umjiyakho.
My lord, I just recalled, it will also cover the 18th, the 18th that they are alleging, because on that day, it is the day when we went to follow his alibi, but I only met him late in the afternoon, not during the day. That is to follow the first false alibi that he gave us that says he was at work.
Futhi-ke nalo ilanga langeyi-18-ke uma ngizobheka-ke idayari yami-ke nalo lizomkhumbuza izongitshela-ke noma lizofaka-ke lela langa langeyi-18, i-18-ke ngahlangana naye-ke ngalelo langa lelo-ke imini isihambile-ke noma ilanga selihambileke, sasizohamba-ke siye emsebenzini, angithi yilona owathi wayesemsebenzini ngalelo langa, sasiyohamba-ke siyolandelela-ke leyo nkulumo awayeyishilo.
So the events of the 18th, my lord, I only encountered the accused in Carltonville, where I've already laid that evidence, my lord. I was introduced and I questioned him about this matter, the matter before court. He gave me an alibi. We went to his work, which was not far from where we were. It was found to be false. Certain admissions were made, confessions were made. You know, I've explained that, my lord, yesterday. Thereafter, my lord, I left to Johannesburg with Sergeant Mohola. I was not in his company, and I didn't see him from then, my lord.
Futhi-ke ilanga lange-18 nanjengoba bese ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke sahlangana khona-ke naye-ke ePhukeng, sorry, eCarltonville, ila khona-ke kwakufanele ukuthi okokuqala-ke siyobheka-ke noma siyolalela lento ayekhuluma ukuthi-ke wayesemsebenzini yena ngalelia langa, ekwatholakala-ke ukuthi kwangasilona-ke iqiniso. Emuva kwalokho-ke ngase ngibuyela khona-ke Johannesburg ngihamba naye uSergeant Mohola.
So when I left Carltonville, my lord, I did not see him on that specific day. The only time I saw him was on the 19th, late in the afternoon, at Phukeng Police Station.
Ukusho ukuthi-ke ngalelo langa-ke angiphindanga ngibona uma sengihamba-ke eCarltonville. Uma ngiphinda ngimbona manje-ke ngelanga elilandelayo-ke ngazo i-19 Phukeng.
Phukeng, yes, yes.
Phukeng. police station yasephukeng.
Brigadier, if we can just get back to your diary, when did you make those entries in your diary? On those relevant dates?
On the specific day, my lord, so it's an official diary of 2020, so it was documented, per day as the events were unfolding. So we'll sit down, record what transpired. So it was documented on specific days of 2020.
Le diary ke ngikhuluma ngayo diary ke yomsebenzi ke eya unyaka u2020 ukuthi ilanga nelanga ke ngizohlala phansi ke ngibhale ke ngisho ukuthi yini eyenzeka ngalelo langa lelo.
So you say you documented these events as they unfolded. Were the events still fresh in your memory when you made those entries?
Yes, they were very fresh, my lord.
Lokhu ke uma ngibhala phansi ke kwakuyinto ke eyayisekhona kuma eyayisefresh ke la emqondweni yami ukusho ukuthi into eyayiqeda nje ukwenzeka ngibhala ngaleso sikhathi leso.
So earlier on you indicated that you want to refresh your memory from the diary. For which date will that be?
No, I remembered, my lord. At the time, I was thinking I wanted to find out where I was. I wanted to remind myself where I was on the 18th, because I was told there were allegations that I was somewhere where accused number 2 was assaulted. Now I do recall that I was not near accused number 2 on the 18th, except when we met at Pukeng police station in that early evening. When we met at Sibanya mine, outside Sibanya mine, to follow his alibi of where he was on the day of the commission of this offense.
Uma ke bengifisa ke ubheka idiary yami ke angithi bekunale nkulumo ke ethi ngangikhona ke endaweni ethize la ayeshaya khona umsolo wesibili, kodwa ke sengize ngakhumbula ukuthi ngakuphi ngahlangana naye ke esibanye la khona ke sasizohamba siyobheka ke siyoqinisekisa ukuthi ngempela wayesemsebenzini ngalelanga yena ayesho ngalo ukuthi wayesemsebenzini.
You've referred to the occurrence book of Phukem Police Station, which is exhibit PP 1 and 2, which you placed on record yesterday. And you also referred to the occurrence book from Primrose Police Station, exhibit QQ, which you also placed on record yesterday.
Yes. That is correct, my lord. I can also indicate that on the 18th of June 2020, I also, during the arrangement of this trial, my lord, had the privilege to go and collect those OBs and make copies for the defense, as I indicated. Nowhere, even on the date of the 18th of June 2020, does it indicate that when accused was booked out by Sergeant Mohane, he was returned with injuries. There were regular hourly inspections. There was officers that were doing regular inspections. Nowhere does it indicate that when he was taken back after the investigation, he had injuries or complaint.
Lana ke okunye futhi ngikhumbula engakusho mayelana lo ke ilanga la nge-18 zika June 2020 ukuthi mina ke kwaba yimina ke wahamba ke eyothatha ke lezo incwadi ebizwa ukuthi ama-OB ngizokwenza ke amakhophi ke ayizondluliselwa kubona ke abameli. Akukho ke la ekwashiwo khona ke noma ekubhalwe khona ke ukuthi nkathi ke esebuyiselwa yena ke uSergeant Mohane umsolo wesibili ukuthi wabuya ke elimele noma ke ebuya ke esho ke ukuthi cha yena ke uyakhala ke kukhona okwenzeka kuyena.
Well, you've referred to the entries from Vilera Police Station on the 19th of June 2020 when Sergeant Mohola collected accused number 1 from Vilera Police Station to take him to Tembisa Court.
That is correct, my lord.
Ngikhulumile ke ngelanga la nge-19 la ngithi ke Sergeant Mohola wayelanda khona ke umsolo wokuqala e-police station yaseValeria ezomhambisa kamise enkantolo yaseThembisa.
That forms part, those entries form part of exhibit NN, pages 19 to 20. Can I just ask you to put those entries on record?
Yes, indeed, my lord. So it will be the OB entry from Valera SAPS, and time that is reflected it's 0920, date is 2020-06-19, and the entry reads as follows, my lord. Suspect out, Sergeant Muhula, number, it reflects the personal number. Booked out one suspect, Moses Temba Sibia, case number 217/03/2020, SAP 1412/06/2020, dealing in drugs. 2 Tembisa Court, without any injuries, correctly received, and the sergeant signed for him for receiving accused number 1, my lord.
Lana ke kufundeka ngalendlela ke ukuthi date kwakunge 19 ka June 2020, isikhathi ke 0920 umsolwa ukhishiwe uSergeant Mukhula, bhaliwe ke number yakhe umsebenzi, nomsolwa oyedwa uMoses Temba Sibiya, i-case number 21703/2020, i-SAP 141206/2020, sebenza ke idakamizwa, utholakala nedakamizwa emikisa noma emhambisa enkantolo iyasethembisa ekungekho ke akhale ngako kanye futhi ke wamukeleka kahle.
Then the next entry, my lord, it's still on the same day, 2020-06-19, time 2020. It reads as follows: suspect back from Tembisa Court with Sergeant Muhula, 1 Moses Temba Sibia, SAP 1443/06/2020, case 217/03/2019, dealing in drugs, correctly received. And then he was received by the officer at the police station.
Bese landelayo ke isikhathi ke u12:20 umsolwa uyabuya inkantolo yasethembisa kanye naye uSergeant Mukhula, umsolwa wakhe uMoses Temba Sibiya, iSAP 144306 ka2020, icase 21703 ka2020, icala leyidakamizwa, utholakele kahle noma ke ubuye wamukelwa kahle.
Was your unit ever issued out with a white BMW?
Yes, it is, my lord. It's a car that she's using now. This is now Sergeant Mukhula, but she was only issued with that vehicle in 2021.
Ingabe sikhona yini isikhathi la khona ke iunit yakho ke yakhishelwa khona ke ukuthi isebenziseke iBMW emhlophe? Yebo, kweqiniso lokho ke usebenzisa yona ke njengamanje, kodwa imoto leyo ke uyayithola noma uyithole ngo2021.
And she has used that vehicle, my lord, to transport, in particular, on different occasions, accused 1 and 2. This is now during the proceedings of this trial and other matters. So they may have seen it there because they've traveled inside that vehicle, but it was only issued in 2021 for the first time.
Imoto lena ke kungenzeka ke ukuthi ke bayibona ke ngoba ke imoto lena uyisebenzisile ke amahlandla ke ehambisa yena umsolo wokuqala kanye nomsolo wesibili ke bake bangena bagibela ngaphakathi ke kule moto, kungako kungenzeka ukuthi basike bayibona kuleli cala leli futhi nakwamanye ke emacala abahambisela wona.
Sorry, this BMW, what model is it?
It's
3 series, 5 series, 7 series? Because you're alleged to have sat on the hood after it was lifted or opened. So how big is it?
No, it's not big. It's a 3 series. It's
3
a 330. Yeah, it's a 3 series, my lord.
Uthi 3 series ke 330.
And I deny that allegation, my lord, because as I said, when I spoke to Colonel Rapado telephonically, I had not seen him before. I didn't know how he looks like. I've never worked with him anywhere, nor have I ever, passed part with him in terms of investigation. The only time I laid eyes with him was the following day when I went to his office to collect the statement and the proforma. That was the first time we met.
Futhi ke lezo intsholo lezo ke ngiyayiphikisa ke noma ngiyayiphika ke ngoba ke angikaze ke ngihlangane naye ke uKolonel Rapado. Uma ngikhuluma naye ngocingo ke, futhi uma ngiqala njena ke ukuthi ngimboneke ukuthi noma sihlanganiseke amehlo kwakungelanga elandelayo uma sengiyolanda ke yona ke leya proforma kuyena, futhi ngingakaze nje ngisebenzisane naye noma mhlambe kwenzeka ukuthi ke siphenyeke icala elilodwa noma uphenyo lusihlanganise.
Fair, my lord, when I was going through the AVL, because I was asked obviously to get the AVL for Sergeant Mokhane's vehicle, I do not recall seeing that vehicle stopping at an area where there's an ATM dumping site in Soweto. I mean, I went through it, my lord, I've not seen that. And the defense is also in possession of these AVL records.
Futhi ke imina ke umuntu eceliwe ke ukuthi ke manje akahlanganiseke lo yambiko wemoto okuhamba kwemoto obizwa ngokuthi ke iAVL imoto eyayishayelwa uyena uSergeant Mokhane. Akukho la khona ke ngibone khona imoto ima noma ima kwindawo ke la kulahlwa khona ke izibi noma futhi indawo nama ATM.
They say it was at Orlando. They don't say east or west, they say Orlando.
No, I didn't see that vehicle, my lord, stopping there. What I know, they went down passing Barra. That is where the GPCA unlock happened, going to Morocco, and they used the same route, because I tried to check the route that they were using. That vehicle didn't stop in Orlando, my lord. And with all my experience that I have in the police, I've never seen ATM being dumped in a field. I've never seen that.
Futhi ke uma bekhuluma ke ushilo ukuthi uJaji kabashonga ukuthi eOrlando East noma eWest kuthiwe nje eOrlando kodwa mina ke mangibheka iAVL lena ngonile ke imoto uma iya eMoroka indlula khona eBara futhi ke kwisikhathi njena engisebenzile ke amaphoyisa akukho la engeke ngabona khona ke iATM ilahlwa nje endaweni nje noma ikuphi.
And what is your comment on the allegations that you gave Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu documentation?
But it's not true, my lord. As I said, I was not there. I mean, I only met Colonel Rapadu when I went to collect the confession form that he took, as well as his statement the following day, because he also didn't give it to the members. And I met him in Enadale SAPS. I was alone, and he was also alone. There was no activities around accused 2. I was never in Morocco, my lord, on that day. I never went to Morocco. I simply made arrangements.
Uthinike ngeinsolo lezi zokuthi wena ke wanikeza ke uKenel Rapadu idocument. Lokho ke akusilona iqiniso ngoba ke angiyanga ke eMorocco uKenel Rapadu ngihlangene naye ke ngelanga elilandelayo futhi ke angihlangananga naye eMorocco ngangihamba ngedwa naye ke wayeyedwa sahlangana ehhovisi lakhe noma ke la sebenza khona ke eNadale.
Now, it was also put to Sergeant Mokhane that on the 17th of June 2020 at Pretoria North Police Station, when he booked out accused number 2 to question him in the boardroom there at Pretoria North Police Station, that you were also present with Sergeant Mukhola. What is your comment?
No, but that's not true, my lord. I only met accused number 2 for the first time on the 18th. And that was the first time late afternoon. That was the first time I came face to face with him. And that is where I questioned him about this matter. And he gave me the first alibi that was found to be false. That was my first encounter with him, my lord.
Ube uthini ke manje ngaloko okushiwo ke kena ke uSergeant Mukhola ukuthi ke wawukhona ke noma nge17 sika June 2020 epolice station yasePretoria North yilapho na ke akhipha ke umsolo wesibili eyokhulumisana naye ke nawe ukhona ke lapho uthi ke ubrigadier umephendula ke akusilona iqiniso lelo ngoba uma ngiqala mina ukuthi ngihlangane naye umsolo wesibili kwakungeyi18 zika June ngo2020 la ngikhulumisana naye khona ke asenginikazela alibi noma esho ukuthi wayekuphi la ngathola khona ukuthi kangasilona iqiniso.
If I was, my lord, I mean, I can just add that if I was, then I would have documented such, because it would have been an important engagement with him. So I was never there, my lord, so that is not true.
Uma kuukuthi ngempela ke ngangilapho ke into leyo engangizoyibhala phansi ngoba kwakuzoba into ke esemqoka noma ebalulekile ke manje ke lokho akusilona ke iqiniso ngangekho lapho.
Now, as far as the confession to Magistrate Skoronye is concerned, Exhibit JJ, it was put to Sergeant Mokhane that after the proceedings there at Boxford Magistrate Court, he was taken to a bush in Jamestown where he was assaulted and forced to sign the documents, and that the documents were stained in blood. I just want to show you the original exhibit JJ, the pro forma completed by Ms. Cronje, as well as the statement.
It's sorry, my lord, it's not a bush.
Was it?
Industrial area.
Industrial area.
Yes.
That's where they assaulted.
Yes. As a good please. It's been corrected to refer to an industrial area where he was assaulted. Are there any signs of blood stains on the original document?
No, there are none, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke ukuthi kuyena ke exhibit JJ lona noku sona ke statement esathathwa uyena ke umantshi magistrate Cronje. Okunye futhi okwashiwo ke lana ukuthi ke wathathwa ke umsolo wakhe wasiwa endaweni ethize ke khona lapho eJamestown waphoqwa ke ukuthi asayindeke ama documents lawo ayenegazi ke ngabe ke kuleli oliphethe ke khona nje la ubona khona ukuthi ke kunga negazi uthi cha.
And when you received the exhibit JJ, were there any signs of blood stains on it?
No, there were none, my lord. But also to suggest that a judicial officer will give a form to the police officer to get somebody signed and bring it to her. I've never heard of this, my lord. I mean, we are talking about a magistrate who is not part of the investigation team. The arrangements were not made even by me directly. I went through the senior public prosecutor, as I indicated, Advocate Hank Stradom. I don't even know this magistrate face to face. I've not met her even during the consultation as I'm standing here. So why would she participate in such, my lord? But in essence, there's no blood. I've not seen such, my lord. So this is not true, my lord.
Akusona iqiniso le akulikho igazi angaze ngilibona ke igazi kule document leni kodwa ke akuchazayo ke ubrigadier ukuthi into nje engazwakali ke lana noma eyindida ke ukuthi imantshi ingathatha ke idocument inikeze ke iphoyisa noma inikeze nje umuntu ukuthi akayophoqa ke noma ayinikeza umuntu ukuthi asayinde bese kubuyiselwa kuyena ke angaze ngihlangana nayo imantshi lena futhi ke akumina owakhulumisana naye mina ngakhuluma ke nophethe abeshushisi noma ke isenior prosecutor kwaba uyena ke kuze kube manje angaze nje ngihlangane naye imantshi leyo angaze ngizwe lento ekhulunywayo noma eshiwayo.
Are you suggesting that it's possible that the allegation obviously makes the possibility that this magistrate Cronje was corrupt?
That's why I'm shocked, my lord, because I don't believe
probably,
it.
I don't know if in her corrupt actions
Yes. That's why I'm saying
could have probably been bought or paid, or maybe she's a good Samaritan, she was doing it out of her own goodwill, but that's a corrupt type of conduct which you say you can't expect from a magistrate.
no, not from the judicial officer, my lord, because I've never in all
With
my
a career in line.
Yes, put a career in line for something that has nothing to do with her. In particular, my lord, there was an attorney. I've confirmed that accused number 2 was legally represented. Why would she go through all that process for what, my lord? Whether the attorney is there or not. So it really, I've never heard of this, my lord. So I don't buy it. I don't think it's true. It doesn't hold water in my own understanding, my lord.
Mina ke lokho into nje engazwakali angikholwa futhi ke engikushilo ke ukuthi ke ummeli wayekhona ke kwakungani ke ukuthi wayezokwenza konke lokho ke imantshi kodwa ke umsolo wesibili wayenayo ummeli owayekhona lapha yana ngaleli yalanga leliya ukuthi azabeke nje umsebenzi wakhe ke engqupheni akwenze konke lokho.
Now, the AVL aspect, Mr. Dupree testified that the AVL records indicate that on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, the vehicle used by Sergeant Mokhane, the Toyota Fortuner, was in Benoni at the repair workshop.
Correct. That is correct, my lord. I'm aware. It had mechanical problem and it was in there for repairs, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke ngiyakwazi lokho ke ukuthi le moto yayinenkinga ke ngalamalanga ke achaziwe i22, 23 kanye ne24 ukuthi yayisebhinoni la eyayilungiswa khona ke ngoba imoto yayinenkinga.
I'm also aware, my lord, that he was on those specific days when he was embarking. This is Sergeant Mokhane now on his investigation. He was using Sergeant Mabena's vehicle. In other words, they were working together. He was driving Toyota Fortuner, the late now. Not Toyota Fortuner, Toyota double cab, a white one, the late Sergeant Mabena.
Engikwaziyo futhi ukuthi ngalawo malanga ke imoto yakhe ke yayinenkinga ke wayesebenzisa-ke noma-ke ehamba kanye-ke nongasekho uSergeant Mabhena yena-ke wayehamba-ke nge-Toyota a-double cab.
Do you know as when this vehicle, the Toyota Fortuner, developed mechanical problems?
I think I first heard about the issues on the 18th, my lord. Somewhere in the evening, Sergeant Mukhane will phone me that he got mechanical issues, and that he will. I advise him rather to get standby team, while they are attending to that, because I know that accused number 2 was with them, my lord. That was the first time I heard about the mechanical issues.
Uma sengizwa-ke mina-ke ngokuthi imoto yayinenkinga, ngicabanga ukuthi kwangalo-ke ilanga lange-18 futhi ngamcela-ke ukuthi ngoba-ke ngiyazi ukuthi wayekanye naye-ke umsolwa wesibili, ngase ngimcela-ke ukuthi-ke athole-ke abezomlekelela noma-ke i-standby.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the only aspects that we wanted to raise with Brigadier Kininda. We've indicated to my learned friends that we will no longer be proceeding with the witness statements.
Yeah, of course. Are you still?
My lord. I'm going to make a request, my lord.
Yeah, you made it in the passage.
Yes.
Are you still intending to say we must adjourn and you come back?
My lord, and I've discussed with my colleague as well in relation to the dates that were mentioned by Brigadier Kininda on the diary. You will make copies of the diary in relation to such dates.
Yeah.
And
No,
my
it's
lord,
fair. Actually, I was going to suggest that.
the matter stand down until.
No, I was going to suggest that the brigadier must make his diary, not copies, physically available to all the defense counsels. I hope nothing happens like when Mohano made a report.
Yes.
So that you can, all of you, peruse
Yes.
Brigadier
Kininda.
Geninda's
Yes.
diary, because he says he was recording these things contemporaneously and extemporaneously into his diary. And then if you have any problems with that, you can raise it under cross-examination.
Court pleases.
Okay. Is it okay if they,
Yes, my lord.
for the particular dates,
For the particular dates, my lord, I wanted to say that.
not when you are visiting me?
Yes, of course, my lord.
Okay. But there's one aspect, Mr. Baloyi, which we haven't covered, which is covered by Sergeant Mohani, concerning accused number 1 being at Silverton, blah, blah. You remember that evidence? Please, just cover it,
Oh, okay.
because it has moment in this case. If you don't remember,
Yes, during the appearance in Tembisa, it was on the 10th of July 2020, accused number 1 informed the magistrate that he was assaulted at the Silverton police cells. It was put to Sergeant Mukhula that accused number 1 was assaulted at Silverton police cells, and we just want to read out the entry to you. As I mentioned, it was on the 10th of July 2020. And the entry reads as follows. It says, legal aid. This is what the defense of accused number 1 put in record. The accused being assaulted by SAPD Silverton What is your comment?
My lord, yes, it was
And he then requested that he be kept
Modabi.
at Modabi.
Yes. No, I do recall, my lord, it was brought to my attention by Sergeant Mukola when she informed me, my lord, that said she must do the following things. One, obtain an affidavit from accused number 1 in relation to the alleged assault, because my understanding is that the assault would have been committed by people at Silverton SAPS. So that was my first instruction.
Uzothini-ke noma-ke uthini-ke uma uphendula ngoba-ke nge-10 zikaJuly 2020 umsolwa-ke evela-ke enkantolo-ke wachazela-ke imanje ukuthi washaywa-ke amaphoyisa ase-Silverton. Mephendula-ke ubrigadier uthi yebo-ke lokho uSergeant Mukhula wangitshela-ke ngathi-ke akenze lokho okulandelayo. Okokuqala athole-ke i-statement esifungelwe i-affidavit kuyena umsolwa wokuqala.
Secondly, that she must take him for medical examination for the completion of what we call J88 form, which will indicate the points of injuries, my lord.
Okwesibili-ke ukuthi-ke amthathe-ke ahambe noma uyanaye-ke kudokotela uyanaye-ke esibhedlela la khona-ke kuzogcwaliswa noma kubhalwe-ke iform ebizwa ngokuthi-ke yi-J88 ekuyiyona-ke ezochaza-ke ukulimala noma la alimele khona.
Furthermore, my lord, to obtain any witness statements that would be mentioned.
Nokuthi-ke athole-ke iy'tatimende zofakazi abangachazwa noma kushiwo ukuthi ubani nobani abawofakazi.
And thereafter, my lord, to register the case docket of assault, depending on the gravity, my lord. Whether common assault or assault GPH, and then bring the docket to me, my lord.
Ukuthi-ke noma kulandelayo-ke ukuthi-ke ase ebhalisa-ke noma eregister-ke idokodoke lokushaywa noma ukuthi ukushaywa nje noma-ke ukushaywa-ke ngenhloso yokulimaza abesemveni emuva kwalokho-ke aliletha kumina.
Yeah, sorry, what about the occurrence books from Silverton Police Station?
Yes, I'm going there, my lord.
Yes,
So that was the first part. So the current book, I'm coming to them, my lord. So this was the first part that I communicated to them. And then thereafter, my lord, she came back to me and said, accused number 1 is refusing to give a statement or subject himself for medical examination.
Bengisezwa-ke kubona-ke ama-occurrence book ase-Silverton kwaba yilapho-ke kokuqala-ke lokho engakusho kuyena wasebuyela kumina-ke uSergeant Mukhalo engitshela-ke ukuthi-ke umsolo wokuqala-ke unqabile noma uyanqaba ukuthi-ke anikezeleke nestatement esifungelwe i-affidavit nokuthi futhi-ke ahambe-ke ayobona udokotela.
And that he doesn't want to open the case.
Nokuthi-ke akanaso nje isifiso noma akananhloso nje yokuthi-ke angavula icala.
My lord, I then asked her to go to Silverton Police Station and peruse the OB entries to try and establish if there is any entry indicating such an assault.
Ngase ngimcela-ke ukuthi akahambeke manje aye e-police station yase-Silverton ahambeke ayobheka iy'ncwadi zakhona lezi ey'bizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-occurrence book abheke-ke ukuthi uzobona yini ukuthi khona-ke yini okusho lokho okubhaliwe.
And interview the members that were on duty on that day in relation to what might have happened when he was booked out or during the night.
Futhi-ke abeseba ne-interview noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi-ke inhlolo khono-ke nalabo base-Silverton ababesebenza ngalelo langa lelo basho-ke ukuthi kwenzekani.
My lord, that was done and I was told, which I've also satisfied myself at a later stage, that there were no such entries or anyone who was aware of such an assault.
Kwenziwa-ke lokho nami ngase ngizenezake ngokuthi-ke ngenzeke isiqinisekiseko ngathola-ke ukuthi-ke akukho nje okukhuluma ngalokho okwabhalwa lapha kuy'ncwadi zakhona e-Silverton.
Furthermore, my lord, when I was now obviously embarking on doing my own investigation, I further went to the prison because when new admissions, they call them new admissions, when you get admitted for the first time in prison, they will record the conditions that you come in, almost like us. So if there are medical issues that you have or you've got injuries or whatever that the prisoner has will be documented on the first entry.
Ngase ngizenzela mina ke olwami ke uphenyo ngokuthi ngihambeke ngiye ejele ngoba ke nabo ke bayafana nathi ke uma umuntu eqala ke kufika noma engena kubona ke nabo ke khona ke okubhalwa phansi ke uma ukuthi kunezimo noma isimo onazo ongaphathekile kahle nabo babhala phansi lokho.
My Lord, I did not find any documented complaint of assault or injury mentioned by accused number 1 to the prison officials.
Angizange ngithole lutho ke okwashiwo noma kwakhulunywa yena umsolo wokuqala ekhuluma noma esho kulaba abasebenza ejele mayelana nokushaywa noma ukulimala.
And these investigations, my Lord, only draw one conclusion that I don't think it was true, my Lord, because surely something must have been found somewhere if it was the truth. And the victim himself, in this instance, accused number 1, should have raised or rather said something to someone if perhaps Sergeant Mukula was the person that she was not comfortable with or he was not comfortable with.
Lokho ke kuholela nje kuyinto eyodwa ke ukuthi ke akusilona ke iqiniso lokho ngoba ke khona nje la ekumele ukuthi nje utholakala khona noma uma kube ukuthi ke wayengakhululekile ukuthi ke akhulume kuyena uSergeant Mukhala wayengakhuluma nomunye umuntu.
It was put to Sergeant Mukhola that what the accused meant to convey in that entry was that he wanted to be transferred from Silverton police station to prison because the investigating officers are assaulting him when he's kept at the police stations. And the following names were mentioned as the persons who assaulted him: Ngamani, Sergeant Mukhola, Mabena, Butelezi, Jonathan, and Mapumulo.
My Lord, I think the charge sheet is self-explanatory. There is no entry indicating that accused number 1 was assaulted by the investigation team. That's the first part.
Futhi ke okunye ke akuchaziwe noma okushiwo ke ukuthi ke umsolwa wayeyicelela nje ukuthi ke asuswe ke police station asiwe ke ejele ngoba ke ithimba ke labaphenyi liyamshaya amagama ke achaziwe uNcamani, uMukhola, uMabhena, uJonathan kanye noMphumulo. Mephendula ke Brigadier uthi caceleke uma ubheka ke i-charge sheet akukho la isho khona noma ekubhaliwe khona ke ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala washaywa ithimba labaphenyi.
There are no names listed in that charge sheet, my Lord.
Awekho amagama abhaliwe noma achaziwe lapho kuleyo charge sheet.
My understanding of what is documented there, my Lord, is that it is officers from Silverton police station. Hence, I gave the directive for us to investigate such. So, this new version that I'm being told, I don't know where it's coming from, my Lord, but I'm not aware of it.
Mina ke engichazele noma okwashiwo ke kumina ukuthi ke washaywa noma ushaywe amaphoyisa ase Silverton ingakho ke ngase ngithi kena ke akahambe ayikhona manje lokho okukhulunywa yoko ukuthi manje ithimba eliphenyayo into entsha kumina.
And they say he was transferred from Vilera police station to Silverton police station around the 30th of June 2020.
It is, well, I'm not sure about the specific dates, my Lord, but it is possible because one will remember during that time we were under lockdown, and whenever there were positive cases, prisoners at the police station will be moved around, so that could be one, but one will have to look at the OB entries to be shown, my Lord, but I will not dispute that.
Futhi ke uthi ke ngazo i-30 zika June 2020 wasuswa ke kwi-police station yase Valeria wabebethambisa bemsa kuyona yase Silverton. Uthi ke uBrigadier akangeke ke akuphindiseke lokho ngoba ke ngalesi sikhathi lesiyana sasingaphansi kwayo ke i-lockdown ukuthi uma kwakwenzeka ukuthi uma kwenzeka ukuthi kune case ye-COVID kwi-jail noma kwi-police station ethize bese ke iboshwa ziyahanjiswa zisiwa kwenye i-police station kodwa kuzofanele ngibheke ke ukwenza isiqiniseko ngoba ke ama-date angikho sure noma nginasiqiniseko sawo.
And it was further put to Sergeant Mukhola that accused number 1 was kept in a single cell in Comunicado, However, in Villeria police station, however, in Silverton, he was kept with other prisoners from the 30th of June 2020 to the 5th of July 2020.
My lord, the keeping of prisoners, I think that is the prerogative of the station. I don't think we had the control over that. What we do, we detain a person, and the officers, the moment a person is detained, they take charge, my lord. So they exercise their own regulations and place people as they deem fit, my lord. And I suppose the category of the offense plays a role, but that is there. It's not our station, my lord, and we don't control those holding cells.
Okunye futhi ke okwashiwa ke ukuthi ke wayegcinwe ke eyedwa ke noma ke khona ke eBiliyele kodwa mase fika ke khona eSilverton wase ehlanganiswa ke nabanye kusuka ngaso isikhathi lesange 30 June 2020 kuyoshaya ke u5 kaJuly 2020 mephendula ke ubrigadier uthi ke thina ke asithi nje okwethu ukuthi nje kuboshwe umuntu noma ke kugcinwe umuntu kodwa ke istation ukuthi kwenzekani estation ibona ke lapho abasebenza lapho abathatha isinqumo sokuthi ke bazonigcina kanjani futhi ke neqala ke olithwesiwe nalo ke liyabhekwa ke kodwa yibona abathatha isinqumo sokuthi ke bazogcina kanjani noma bakuvalele kanjani.
And also, my lord, lastly, the size of the the capacity in which the station can hold in terms of the prisoners plays a role. So, for example, if they have a small number of holding cells, you will find a number of prisoners in one cell. If obviously the holding cells are much more than the other, for example, station A, then they may spread them, particularly during that time. There was COVID, around. So I suppose social distancing, those issues will play a very significant part because it was law, for social distancing.
Okunye futhi ke kuyabhekwa ke nokuthi ke umphamo ke ongathathwa yileso station leso ukuthi bangathatha ke iboshwe ingaki uma kuukuthi ke amasel abo mancane ke ukuthi bazohlanganiswa ndawonye ke kodwa ukuthi uma amasel makhulu ke bazokwahlukaniswa ke futhi nangalesi yasikhathi ke kwakuyi lockdown ke kwakufanele ke ukuthi ke umthetho ke ulandelwe ke ukuthi ke kubhekwe i-social distancing.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, so we are adjourned until what? What's the time now?
It's 11:15.
What time should we come back to court?
I'm not sure if the diary will be made.
2 o'clock.
The diary, my lord, to talk about the diary of the witness.
Yeah, what you said you have to have.
Yes.
When will you have it?
I was, for convenience, my lord, I was requesting that the matter be adjourned until tomorrow.
No, it's
we can start at 2, man.
yeah, fine. This gentleman is a busy man. He's a brigadier in crime-infested South Africa. Okay, 2 o'clock.
you want to take up with the witness, just one aspect.
Okay.
Brigadier Gininda, you've placed your experience on record. Do you have, over and above your experience, do you have other qualifications?
Yes, I do, my lord. Teacher qualifications.
Yes, can you place them on record?
umsheshisi uthi-ke usilo experience sami emaphoyiseni ngaba-ke ngaphandle kwalokho khona yini-ke amanye ama-qualification anawo yebo nginawo ase-tertiary.
So the first one, my lord, it's a certificate from Technicon SA, as part of UNISA now, for investigation and policing.
Esokuqala-ke isase-Technicon SA esiyingxenye ye-UNISA-ke manje simayelana-ke nophenyo noma ukuphenya.
The second one is a certificate of money laundering with the University of Johannesburg.
Bese sibili-ke se-money laundering noma-ke ukhulumisana-ke imali-ke esese-University of Johannesburg.
The third, my lord, it's a criminal law diploma in forensic investigations with the University of Johannesburg.
The criminal law, it's a criminal law.
Forensic investigation.
Kanye-ke ne-forensic investigation yona-ke ngayenza-ke i-diploma yona kwi-University yase-Johannesburg.
Then it's also a national diploma in policing with the University of South Africa, UNISA.
Kanye futhi-ke ne-diploma engayo criminal law kanye ne-UNISA noma engayenza e-UNISA.
BTech degree in policing with University of Johannesburg, my lord.
Bese kuba nayo-ke i-BTech degree kwisiphoyisa-ke noma emaphoyiseni engayithola-ke e-University yase-Johannesburg.
And I'm currently furthering my law qualifications, my lord, in LLB with University of South Africa as well, my lord.
Manje-ke ngiqhubeka-ke ney'fundo zami-ke kwezomthetho nayo-ke i-UNISA.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Okay, thank you. Where's Mr. Mgomezulu?
Thank you, my lord. I'm ready to proceed.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Gininda,
Yes, sir.
this might not be relevant, but I think my first cross-examination, when I first cross-examined you, it was in 2003, remember? Joburg.
Yo, I don't remember, my lord.
Angisakhumbuli-ke uma uqala-ke u-cross examine umbuzo imibuzo kwakungo-2003
Yeah,
angisakhumbuli.
that's not relevant, but I just
Okay.
wanted to show you that you are not a new person,
Okay. No, I don't recall, my lord.
Angisakhumbuli.
but you know me.
We've spoken. I've seen counsel before, my lord.
Sike sakhuluma ngake ngakubona ngaphambilini.
Thank you. Say, what is of relevance is you are the head of the cold case unit, correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Bekuyiqiniso ukuthi mina-ke ohola-ke le unit ebizwa ngokuthi i-cold case.
Do you remember when were you appointed in this unit?
Well, the unit started much earlier, but as the national head, it will be around 2021, 2023, yes, as the national head, my lord. But prior to that, we're still doing cold cases, but on a pilot project type of an investigation.
I-unit lena kade-ke yaqala-ke kodwa ukuthi mina-ke ngibe yi-national head ngiqala ngo-2021 ngaphambilini nje sasibheka-ke ukuthi-ke uma isaqala-ke izosebenza kanjani.
So when it started as a pilot project, what rank were you holding at the time?
I was a colonel, my lord.
Uma iqala-ke noma-ke kuleyo project-ke yokubheka ukuthi ngasebenza kanjani ngangiwu-colonel.
So in 2020, you were appointed as the head. Who actually appointed you?
It's then the National Commissioner General Sithole, my lord.
Owangiqoka-ke ngaleso sikhathi-ke kwakuyilowo wayewu-commissioner wamaphoyisa uGeneral Sithole.
All right. So I would say it doesn't specify the duration of your appointment on that particular unit, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's not on contractual basis. If that's what the question is meant. No, it's not a contract. It's almost like for as long as you're in the service, you'll be the head unless you are removed for some reason.
Lokho umbuzo konako ukuthi akushiwo ukuthi ngikho isikhathi esingakanani ke akusiyo ukuthi ke ngiqashwe ke ngecontract uma nje ngisengaphakathi ke emaphoyiseni ngiselapho ke isikhundla ngizosibamba ke ngaphandle kokuthi ngiyakhishwa ke noma kunezathu ezithizwe engikhishwa ngazo.
Yes. Let's get into the this unit. The objective, the primary objective of this cold case unit. You mentioned one among other things is to investigate matters that are cold. Am I right?
Yes, it's to investigate matters that are cold, but I also said, my lord, matters that are cold are coming in different categories. So they are cold because of the time it took for those matters. In other words, there's a length period of time where those matters are not solved. So because of that, they are classified as cold. That's the first category.
Bengishilo ke uma ngichaza ke ukuthi ke le unit lena ke ukuthi yini ke ebheke kuyona ukuthi ke yebo kubhekwa amacala ke ukuthi ke isikhathi esithathiwe ke ukuthi lelo cala lelo lixazululwe.
The second one, my lord, it's matters that even if they are registered today, but if it becomes clear that there are clear intentions, whether from the suspects or from certain strategic corners, there is an intention to frustrate the investigation, and the matter will never see the light of day in court, then that matter is classified as cold, and then it falls under our mandate.
Bese kuthi ke okwesibili ke noma ke icala nake lingaregisterwa namuhla ke bese kuyacaca ke ukuthi ke ngandlela ithizwe njena ke noma ke umsolo noma abasola noma nje ngakwezinye ke inhlaka khona ke nje ukuzama ukuthi ke kuphazanyiswe ke noma kulibaziseke ke uphenyo ke libese lindluliselwa kithina ke.
Then lastly, my lord, it's matters that are sitting with investigators for a lengthy period of time but still with no results, although they are classified as under investigations, but ultimately there's no outcome.
Okwesithathu ke amacala ke aphenywayo ke asezandleni zabo abaseshi bayaphenya ke kodwa nje na isikhathi eside futhi kodwa kuloko kuphenya kwabo ke akunamiphumela ekhona.
The last part, my lord, that I actually forgot is then matters that are brought to the attention of the National Commissioner by members of the public or other state organs, to intervene urgently. Then, as and when they are assigned to us, then we will look into those matters.
Okunye futhi engikhohliwe ke ukuthi mhlambe ke abantu bomphakathi umbuso bazoletha ke noma batshele ke ucommissioner ukuthi ke kunecala elithize ke siyabona ukuthi akunanqubekela phambili kulecala bese ke lelo cala lizondluliselwa kuthina.
Yes, that's basically those are the categories, my lord.
Ikona lokho.
Thank you, sir. The matter, firstly, after your explanation relating to the categories of court cases, so I just want you to clarify this matter of Senzo Meyiwa under case number 636 of 10/2014. Which category does it fall under?
It falls under the category of unsolved matters. It was under investigation, and it was at that time when we brought in, it was unsolved. So it's twofold, my lord. That is the first part. The second part is that it is the National Commissioner who instructed me to look into the matter. So it was unsolved, under investigation, but furthermore, the National Commissioner said look into this matter.
Umele futhi kwazike ukuthi leli cala lona ke la Senzo Meyiwa ke laliwa kuphi ke uthi oqala ke kwakuyicala eliphenywa kodwa ke isixazululo singiyaphi noma lingaxazululwa ke. Okwesibili ukuthi ke ucommissioner ke oweza kumina ke wase engitshela ke ukuthi manje ke icala leli angilithathele ngakumina.
So is there anything you want to say? Oh,
no, I'm not saying
something. So, Mr. Gininda, in relation to the instruction given by the National Commission on the category as we've explained. We look at, firstly, the duration of the matter from the date of the incident, from the date of the commission of crime, to the date when you were given the instruction to investigate the matter. So probably how many years from the date of the commission of the alleged offense to the date of the instructions given by the National Commission?
Well, so one will have to count from 2018 backwards because the matter took place, the incident took place in 2014. So it's almost 4 years, 4 to 5 years when the instruction was given to me to look into the matter.
Uma sibheka ke manje isikhathi sokuthi ke isehlakalo lesi senzeka nini kanye futhi ke siqhathanise nesikhathi ke uma ucommissioner esekutshela ke ukuthi manje udaba lolu luthathele ngakwena ukuthi isikhathi esingakanani. Isehlakalo lesi senzeka ngo-2014. 2018 ke uma sengitshela ke uNational Commissioner ukuthi manje icala leli angilithathele ngakumina sikhuluma lana ngeminyaka emine.
So when you were given this mandate by then, it was on a national level. My question is, was there any kind of pressure from the national government in the finalization of this matter of Senzo Meyiwa?
No, I never, there was no pressure, my lord. What was required of us was a regular briefing to the family, which is understandable because they lost someone that they loved and they were feeling they were not getting justice. I was eventually liaising with AfriForum, which was appointed as the team representing the family. So if there's any pressure, I suppose one would call it that, but it wasn't a pressure that was saying bring the matter to court regardless of the evidence that was there. That's why one looks, at the time the matter was given to us in 2018, November 12th, to the time when we eventually indict people, it was almost 2 years later. So it took a lot of time to investigate and put the evidence together before people were indicted.
Ummeli ufisa ukwazi ke ukuthi yayikhona yini ingcindezi eyayibuya noma yayiqhamuka kuhulumeni mayelana ke nalo daba lolu ngoba ke ushilo ukuthi instruction yakho kuyi national uthi cha kwakungekho ingcindezi ekhona ngoba ubheka isikhathi ke la esengathola khona ke i-instruction kuyena ucommissioner kwaku November 12 2018 kwaze kwaba u2020 uma sekuyovela noma kuyomake abantu enkantolo uma ke ichaza ngaleyo ndlela ke uma kuukuthi ingcindezi yayikhona ke thina ke sasikhulumisana nomndeni kufanele ukuthi nje umndeni sikwazise ke ngoba lana ke balahlekelwa ingane yabo umuntu abamthandayo futhi sikhulumisana noma sixoxisana nayo ke iAfriForum ekwakuyiyona eyayiqokelwe ukuthi imele umndeni.
From 2018, all right, let's just move on. In relation to this CAS 636, you'll bear with me. I want to take it case by case so that we get understanding of this cold case we need. Now, when you received instructions in 2021, also when you were appointed in 2021, there were investigations that were undergoing at that time prior to your appointment in relation to 636. Am I correct?
Yes, which were conducted by me. So they were not independent from me. I was simply escalated in the same division, same office, same unit, and that docket was under me, my lord.
Yebo ngo2021 ke uma sengithola ke soqokelwa kulesikhundla ke soba national head yebo ke kwakunophenyo olaqhubeka kodwa lolo phenyo lalenziwa yimina okwenzeke nje kuphela ukuthi ke ngaphushuka nje ngesikhundla ke kodwa kwi-unit eyodwa futhi ke nophenyo laqhubeka liqhutshwa yimina futhi nedokodo lalikumina.
Yes, under case number 636. I'll just take it on accused number 1 first. We'll deal with the date in which he was arrested. When was he formally charged under case number 636 of 10/2014?
On the 26th of October 2020.
Ngokunge 26 zika October 2020 uma esethweswa ke manje amaqala noma esechargewa ke umsolwa wokuqala.
And he made his first appearance on the 27th, my lord, of October 2020.
Wase eyobingelela imanje okokuqala ngake nge 27 zika October 2020.
Okay. So who charged accused number 1?
Well, the decision, my lord, came from, as I indicated in my evidence in chief. Submissions were made to the DPP in Pretoria with regard to the evidence that was at my disposal. There was a decision to indict accused number 1 together with accused 2, 3, 4, and 5. Subsequent to that, applications for warrant of arrest were issued. They were arrested, charged, and brought before court.
Ummeli ufuna ukwazi ke ukuthi ubanike kwacharge ke umsolwa wokuqala bengichazile ke la ngaphambilini ukuthi ke la enkantolo ukuthi ke ngase kundluliselwa ke lokho noma leyo imininingwane noma information asasinayo kwihhovisi lalabo ke kuyibona abashushisayo kwase kuthathwa ke isinqumo sokuthi ke umsolwa wokuqala owesibili owesithathu owesine nowesihlanu ukuthi manje ke bachargewe ke ila engenza khona ke isicelo sayo ke J50 noma ke i-warrant of arrest incwadi ke ukuthi ke baboshwe ke base beboshwa balethwa ke phambi kwenkantolo bathweswa amacala balethwa phambi kwenkantolo.
So in essence, my lord, there was an indictment from DPP to arraign the accused.
Manje ke ukusho ke ukuthi ke ukhona noma ke izwi ke laphuma ke kulabo abalawulayo ke noma baphethe abeshushisi ukuthi ke abasolwa ke abaveleke ngaphambi kwenkantolo.
All right. Do you have a copy of the J50?
The copy of the J50s, my lord, are in the docket and have been disclosed to the defense together with my statement for the application of that warrant. We've disclosed it way back, even before the first matter collapse, my lord.
Amakhumbu imele yabuza ukuthi copy ke leyo warrant ikhona yini uthi konke lokho kanye nestatement sami ke ngasenza ke konke lokho kwanikwa abameli la ngaphambi nje ukuthi ke iqala leli liqaleke.
My lord, I'll confirm that later on because I was informed by my colleague that he is not in possession.
Informed by?
Thank you, my lord. Yeah, I just confirm if it has been disclosed to them. We confirm that it has been disclosed. Yes. So my question, Mr. Kininda, relates to the formal charging after the decision has been taken by the DPP. Who actually formally charged accused number 1?
I don't understand the question, my lord. So what I'm saying is, indictment was issued. Application for J50s were applied for and authorized. And on the 26th of October, that is where charges formally were placed on accused number 1.
That's correct.
And that is now the signing of the 14A, where it reflects that he's been charged now for the murder of Senzo Meyiwa for the first time. That was 26 October 2020, and on the 27th he appeared in court.
Angazi ke umbuzo lona ke ukuthi mhlawumbe ngophendula kanjani kodwa manje mabese ngichazile ke ukuthi ke isinqumo sabo yake bafanele ke manje sengiyokwenza ke isicelo sale J50 noma ke incwadi ke shoyo ukuthi ababoshwe nge26 la kusayinwa khona ke i14A la manje shoyo ukuthi manje sebathweswa ke icala leli ke kulawo ka Senzo Meyiwa u-accused 1 nge27 babingelela imanje.
Furthermore, my lord, sorry, maybe to assist the counsel. Now, when the warrants of arrest were executed, because they were executed in different areas, the members who executed the warrants also disposed affidavits for such execution and gave the 14A, the notice of rights for each and every accused. Those statements of execution, insofar as accused number 1 is concerned, was also attached to the docket and disclosed to the defense. It's available in case maybe Mr. Mgomeso is not aware of it.
Futhi ke uma ngabe sekukhishwa ke manje ke incwadi lezi ke ezigunyazisa noma ezithi ke abasolwa ke ababoshwe ke angithi baboshelwa ke indawo ezahlukene noma kuma area ahlukene labo ke akwakuyibona ke ababe babopha ke babe nazo ke lezo ncazi ke futhi ke nazo i-statement noma ama-copy ke ama-notice of rights lapho batshela khona ke ngamalungelo naloko kukhona ke kuyingxenye yedokodo abameli banako konke lokho.
And I think, my lord, maybe to assist, I think Sergeant Mukula would have been the one who executed the warrant for accused number 1.
Ukulekelela ke ngicabanga ukuthi uSergeant Mukhula ngayiyena ke ongaba nayo ke leyo ncwadi leyo ke la sekuyoboshwa khona umsolo wokuqala.
No, I don't want to confuse things, Mr. Kininda. The J50 that I was given in relation to the execution thereof by Sergeant Mkhola related to docket 217-03-2019. It does not relate to 636-010 of 10-2014. Do you understand?
I do understand, but that's exactly what I'm explaining, my lord, that in docket 636 of 10-2014, that is the matter that we are dealing with now, my lord. There were applications for J50s. They were issued. My application statement, together with those J50s, and the people who executed those J50s, a part of the docket, copies were made and disclosed to the defense, in addition to the Tembisa case 217 of 3-2019. So these are two different dockets. What is common is accused number one, but copies were made of both and disclosed.
Yeah, that's the evidence of Sergeant Mkhola that she executed the warrant of arrest.
And
Not 375 or 371. In this case of 636.
no, my lord.
It's the other way. Just
the other way around.
Let's hear Mr. Baloyi. Who executed the warrant of arrest in respect of accused number one, laying in respect of 636 of 10?
No, for the Tembisa case, 2173 of 2018, 2019, exhibit.
Now the Tembisa case, we don't have a problem.
Exhibit TT refers.
The problem is the 636. According to you, Brigadier,
Yes.
who executed the warrant of
It's
arrest?
Sergeant Mkhola, my
That's it. That's how I understand the evidence.
Usuthi ke ubrigadier achazayo ke lana manje ngoba manje ukuthi ngathi ke indida ukuthi khulunywa amaqala amabili ke uthi yebo yiloko ngikushoyo mina ngikhuluma ngaleli ke elu 636 yebo la amaqala amabili ahlukile kodwa ke ahlanganisa umuntu oyedwa ekungusola wokuqala kodwa ke ukhishwa ke kwayo leyo warrant of arrest leyo ke kwakuyena uSergeant Mkhula.
Mr. Kininda, just for clarity, first time when I heard about a decision that has been taken by the DPP and for the execution of the J50 was when you were leading evidence. That's the first time when I first heard about the J50 issued in respect of a docket under case number 636 of 10-2014.
Then, my lord, I don't know, because like I said, docket was disclosed with my application for those warrants. Those warrants, copies after they were executed, are attached in that docket, form part of the copies that we gave the defense. 14A, notice of rights, with all the accused attached, given to the defense before this matter commenced, my lord. So I mean, I only testify with what we gave the defense. It's all contained in the docket.
Ngikhuluma ke ngaloko esakunika bonaka mameli uthi umeli mina ngiqale ukuzwa ke mawukhuluma ke manje ngale J50 noma le ncwadi ke egunyazisa ukuboshwa kwabasolwa ke uma weninikeza ngokufakaza kodwa mina ngikushoyo ukuthi ke konke lokho isicelo sami amakhophi laba ke abahamba ke bayobabopha besebenzisa ke lawo ma J50 lawo onke lawo makhophi akhona ke abameli bawathola.
The reason, my lord, I'm directing this to the court because this is the first time, as I've indicated to the witness, about the J50, and I did not consult with accused number one and number two in relation to the J50 that was executed in relation to 636.
In other words, they were never arrested.
No.
The long and
That's not what we're saying.
Let's not beat about the bush.
That's not
In
what
other
we're
words, accused number one, at least, was never arrested in this case.
My lord, may I just be clarified and be understood so that the questions that are posing from the court does not seek to I don't want to put it in a way that I am not understood correctly. But my question is, I've honestly informed this witness that this is the first time to hear that a J50 under 636 was executed against accused.
Okay, fine. No,
So now, since it is the first time
you hear about it.
when I came on board in this trial within the trial, this is the first time after the witness said it has been discovered. Now, I just got the copies.
You see it.
I did. I have to consult the accused to confirm. But what is
No, fine.
what is of pivotal importance is here is that under this J50, case number 636, what I wanted to put to the witness is that when it was executed, both accused persons were already arrested. That's what I wanted to put to you. Do you agree?
Yeah, but remember the arrest, my lord, they were arrested for different matters. So is the situation with the accused number 3, 4, and 5, not only them. So they were in detention for different matters. Insofar as the matter that is before court, they were arrested formally, as you asked me the question, formally
Yes.
charged on the 26th of October 2020. But furthermore, my lord, I can indicate that accused 2, who happens to be the counsel's client, brought the bail application, which was obviously it's common cause that it was denied. But in my responding affidavit, the issues of the warrants being issued on them, it's articulated in my responding affidavit.
Okay.
Lana-ke ummeli uthi uyaqala ukuhlangana-ke manje nalamaphepha-ke ekuthiwa yiwona-ke la ama-J50 mayelana naleli icala-ke eliwu-636 eliphambi kwenkantolo manje-ke uthi-ke babe sebeboshiwe vele uma lama-J50 ekhishwa. Uyavuma-ke ubrigadier uthi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho-ke akusibona kuphela-ke unumber 1 nonumber 2, unumber 3, unumber 4 kanye nonumber 5 beboshelwe amanye amacala, kodwa manje-ke babe sebethweswa amacala-ke manje formally noma bethweselwa lona leli icala eliphambi kwenkantolo manje. Okunye futhi-ke nanjengoba umele umsolo wesibili kuyinto eyaziwayo-ke ukuthi unesicelo sebheli asenza umsolo wesibili, ibheli ayinqatshelwa. Nalapho-ke uma ngiphendula-ke ngakhuluma ngiphendula-ke mayelana nalama J50 la okuboshwa kwazo.
The reason for asking about the formal charging of accused number 1, the instruction is that accused number 1 says he was formally charged, according to him, in August, a month prior to his, in August, I would say 2 months prior to his first appearance in Boxman.
No, but that's not true, my lord. As I said, there's a 14A notice of rights were given to him. He signed that 14A to show that he understands what he was being charged for. He signed on the 26th of October 2020. The following day, he made his first appearance for this matter, my lord.
Akusona iqiniso ukuthi-ke umsolo wokuqala uthi wachajwa-ke ngo-August, ukusho ukuthi-ke inyanga ezimbili ngaphambi kokuthi-ke ayobingelela imantshi okuqala ngazo i-26 zika-October 2020, kwase kuthi ngelanga elilandelayo-ke wasebingelela imantshi ngeyi-27 zika-October 2020. Wasayinda-ke ngaleyo i-14A ngalelo langa lange-26 zika-October.
Yes, sir. I'm with you. What you are saying in relation to SAP 14A is in line with the instruction of accused number 1, who says the SAP 14A was served upon him, not formally charged, not on the day he was charged, was served upon him on the 26th of October, a day preceding to his first appearance.
That's not correct, my lord. He seems to be forgetting that on the same day the warrant of arrest was executed. That's the copy I referred to say it is attached in the docket. We made copies for the defense. There's a warrant of arrest on the 26th of October 2020 that was executed, given to the accused.
Akusona-ke iqiniso uma ethi-ke ngeyi-20 noma ngeyi-26-ke ila anikezwa khona-ke i-SAP 14A lena ukuthi akasayindeke ngazo lezo yi-26 zika-October 2020 lezo ila manje eseboshwa khona-ke noma-ke kukhishwa kusebenza-ke le ncwadi lena-ke kwakuyisigunyaziso-ke sokuthi-ke akaboshwe le okuthiwa-ke i-warrant of arrest.
May I approach?
Yes. Well, I have a charge sheet here. It says Exhibit EE. Date of first appearance, 27/10/2020. Accused number 1 is Sibiya, number 2 is Ntanzi, number 3 is Mube, number 4 is Mapisa, number 5 is Mtuli. Is this what you are referring to?
That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, let's show the people because it appears I know the case better than some people here. Just show it. Now, just show counsel also there, because according to this witness, that tallies with what this witness is saying. Not that there was an appearance in August.
My lord.
No, we're not arguing.
No, my lord,
I'm saying,
please.
wait, Mr. Ngomezulu, please. Let them show you that document and they show the others. Because this is what this witness is saying.
My lord, must I proceed with the cross-examination?
Yes.
But now, if the court is interjecting,
No, I'm not
I'm
interjecting.
still coming on the charge sheet, my lord. I just want to clarify these things because now the court wants to issue. The reason why I'm dwelling on this aspect, this is the first time to hear about the JP. I need to thoroughly consult with accused number 1 and 2 to my satisfaction so that I can proceed to cross-examine the witness, especially on the charge sheet. And there are certain parts in the docket where accused number 1 has just indicated to me that he wants to be shown a part where his thumbprint was placed on the docket.
No,
That-
fine.
Yes, my lord, can
So
I...
this
can I
court,
please-
wait. This witness is being badgered by you, saying he has repeated it 4 to 5. How many times did you say the arrest was on the 26th?
4 times, my lord.
The first appearance was on the 27th. I'm not interfering.
My lord.
Wait, Mr. Ngomezulu, please. I've listened to this witness. So I'm saying, where he says the first appearance was on the 27th, this document, which apparently says the first appearance was on the 27th, I have got it. The court has it. So I'm saying they must show it to you and the other counsels. That's all I'm saying.
But it's part of my cross-examination. I'm still going on exhibits. I'm still going on exhibits.
Okay,
even
fine.
on
Just
occurrence.
go on, sir. No problem.
My lord, I think I request an adjournment because if the court is disturbing my cross-examination, you are taking me out of the line.
No, I can't.
May I just stand the matter down until tomorrow?
No ways. Just continue. The court is entitled, when there is confusion between the state, the prosecution, if it has a document which contradicts that contradiction, to say, is this the document you are referring to? That's all I'm saying to this witness. Is this the charge sheet you are referring to when you say the warrant of arrest and the charge sheet were simultaneously issued?
Yes, correct.
That's what this witness is saying. Now I'm told, that's all I'm saying. I can't disturb your cross-examination. You are free to cross-examine as you want. Okay?
I'm not even satisfied with the contents of what is in this.
Which one?
copies.
No, you can.
I haven't gone through them. I still want to check with both accused. These copies are for accused number 1 and number 2. I'm talking about this JP.
No, fine. You can
Yes,
go on.
may I
sir.
be given an opportunity just to satisfy myself?
No, fine. Go on. Sir, please.
So, perhaps, do you have a docket with you, Mr.?
Well, not with me, but it's available. It's within reach. I mean, the state has it. Not with me, but it's available, the original docket. But as I said, my lord, also, the copies were finished to the defense. We made hard copies.
The defense never read the copies. That's what Mr. Ngomezulu says. They never read the copies. I said, he says the copies were finished to the defense. And I'm saying the defense never read the copies. Because you are saying you want to familiarize yourself with the copies.
That's correct.
That's it, yeah.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying.
May I request this kind of questions to be stood down until tomorrow and proceed with other questions so that I can familiarize with the documents. court, with the leave of the court.
No, Mr. Mgomezulu, just continue with your cross-examination. If you want to extend your cross-examination to tomorrow, there's no problem. You know, let me tell you normally what happens in a trial. Before counsel stands up and cross-examines a witness like this, counsel has prepared, he has read the papers, he has read the charge sheet, he has read everything. That's how I know it's being done. You read everything, so that when you cross-examine this witness, you're informed of the case you want to present to him, and you're informed of the case the state is presenting. Now, you, Mr. Mgomezulu, you stand up and say, you haven't read these documents. And this witness, in contradistinction, tells you what he has done. And now we are talking at cross purposes. But if you want to postpone the cross-examination of this witness with regards to that exigency, you can do so.
Yes, but can it be clear, my lord, that when I came on board, it was for trial within the trial.
Yeah.
Whatever that has been discovered was for the main trial. And all the witnesses that have testified during trial within the trial has never mentioned a J50 that was issued and executed against accused number 2. All those witnesses have never said that. The first time it was said by Brigadier Kininga. So hence I'm saying, I cannot take it as an ambush for what he has said. This is what he has done. I want clarity from what he has done, which has never been canvassed by either of the witnesses. That's the reason why I want to familiarize myself with this documents.
Okay, continue, Mr. Gomezulu. No problem.
Thank you,
Continue.
Madam. Thank you. Okay, with the leave of the court, I'll just leave it for tomorrow. I'll appreciate maybe tomorrow you bring along the docket, Mr.
Well, yes, I can. The docket, like I said, my lord, it's available. I don't have it here, but it's within the court building. If I'm to bring it, the original one, yes, I'll do that.
Uma kufanele ukuthi ngize ke nedocket ke likhona ke likho kude ngingaliletha.
My question relating to docket 636 on exhibits that the state has led you on, occurrence books, charge sheets, and other related exhibits. But what is of essence in this question relates to the occurrence book. Is there in the occurrence book of respective police stations wherein either accused number 1 or accused number 2 was booked in or out under case number 636 of 10/2014?
Well, one that I remember, my lord, in Albertine, when he was booked in for pointing out, it's clearly reflected that he was booked in for the pointing out under case 636 of 10/2014.
Mina ufuna ukwazi ke ukuthi manje ke la ngokumayela nomsolo wokuqala nowesibili kukhona yini kulama OB books bekukhulunywa ngawo lana la kubhukwe in khona na out umsolo wokuqala bebhuka phansi kwaleli icala lo 636 Brigadier akhumbulayo ke ileli elu 636 la ewayokwenza khona ke i-pointing out ibhaliwe ke icacile lapho ukuthi u636.
It's 636 for the first time from their date of arrest.
My lord, the accused, as I said earlier, accused 1 was arrested for a different matter. The warrant of arrest was, J50 was executed in relation to the drug dealing case of Tembisa 217 of 3/2019. He was in custody on that matter. So obviously the movement of him, it will relate to that matter until this matter becomes relevant.
Bese ngishilo ukuthi ke i-warrant eyakhishwa ke kwakuyiqala ke leli dakamizwa laseThembisa elu 2173/2019 bese kuthi ke manje ke ukuhamba kwakhe ke umsolwa ke ehambela lona lelo qala ke kuze kube isikhathi lapho na ke manje leli icala lona ke nalo liyavela.
Yes. On the same murder charge under a cold case, my worry in terms of the investigations prior to accused 1 and 2, including 3, 4, and 5, appearing for the first time in Boksburg Court. At that stage, there was no direct, I would say, there was no direct evidence linking. Sorry, may I rephrase this question? Sorry, I don't want to confuse the months. At the time, Sibiya was arrested on the 30th of May 2020. He was the first person to be arrested. Is that so?
He was the first person to be arrested for Tembisa case 217 of 3/2019.
Waye
Yes.
umuntu oqala uSibiya ukubosha eboshelwa icala laseThembisa.
Yes. But will you dispute that immediately or at the time of his arrest, he was interviewed about the case of Senzo Meyiwa, 636?
No, it's not in dispute, my lord. But he was also interviewed on other matters where he was also a person of interest.
Angeke ngikuphikiseke ukuthi ke yebo uma eboshelwa lona icala laseThembisa ukuthi kwase kuba nenhlolo khona ke mayela necala leli laSenzo Meyiwa hayi lo kungesilona ke kuphela namanye amacala ke.
Yeah, let's just focus on this one. I understand they are relevant, those cases, in terms of your investigations. But in relation to 636, on his interrogation or interview regarding the death of Senzo Meyiwa, the state at that time had no evidence that linked accused number 1 with the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
I'm not sure, my lord, if we can say that, because what led us to him, there were fingers pointing to him that he was involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa, and eventually when we got to him, more evidence was found, and hence we are standing before this court, is charged for the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Mmeli uthi ke yebo ke uma esethweswe lelo icala laseThembisa kodwa ke uma manje ke senibuza ke imibuzo mayelana necala likaSenzo Meyiwa babungekho ubufakazi ke ukuthi uyambandakanyeka ke uBrigadier ke uthi kavumelani ke nalokho ngoba ke yayikhona ke iminwe eyayikhomba kuyena ke sathi uma sifika kuyena ke sathola obunye ke ubufakazi kuyena ingakho manje simila kule nkantolo.
Now, I understand the logic of your answer, but the question still stands. When he was arrested on the 30th, on a J50, let me say, before he was approached by Sergeant Mohola and Sadike and Buthelezi, the state had no evidence against him until such time accused number 1 made the alleged confession.
I disagree, my lord. This is what I'm saying. For one to focus on a specific individual, there must be basis in the form of a statement or intelligence or a source saying this person committed this crime. So you can't just go and question a person when there's no basis for that person being implicated.
Angivumelani ke naloko okushoyo ukuthi kwabungekho ubufakazi ngaleso sikhathi ke kuyena ke ngoba ke angeke nje ukuthi uye emuntwini ke ube sokhulumisana naye ke ungenabo ubufakazi ke noma ke ukhona umuntu nje othe noma sikhona nje istatement kodwa ikhona nje into ezokholela kuleyo muntu leyo.
Yes, those are the links towards obtaining what you are investigating. But what I'm saying, the evidence at that time, before his arrest, dependent on the information of the informer. Is that so?
No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, my lord, when you approach someone, you have to have a base, whether it's information from the source or a statement making certain allegations. All that I'm saying is that there was a reason for us to focus on Mr. Sibiya. So I'm not saying it's a source, because I'm now getting the impression as if I'm saying there's a source. There's a statement, my lord, in the docket which we disclosed to the defense again of Mr. Absalom Zongo. It's clearly implicating accused number 1 and number 2 in this matter. And that's what led us to focus on accused number 1 and 2.
Angishilo ke lokho manje sengithola ukuthi umeli ikona ke manje akusho ukuthi ke ngithi sine source noma kwakunomuntu owasitshela ke, kodwa engikushoyo ke ukuthi kukhona nje okuba khona okukholayo noma information oba nayo ke ezokholela kuloyo muntu loyo ukuthi uyokhulumisana naye ke. Futhi ke ngiyaphinda futhi ke nanjengoba ngishilo ngaphambili ukuthi nalana ke idokodo sikhona ke istatement sakhe uAbsalom Zungu abameli banolwazi lwaso leso statement leso yena ke futhi oshoyo ke ngokubandakanyeka kwakhe uaccused 1 and 2.
Absalom Zongo, as you say, his statement has been discovered. Now, when accused number 1 was approached, he was not approached with that statement. Do you agree?
My lord, there was a basis. You don't approach suspect and show them the statement that person X. I mean, you'll be compromising witnesses and people's lives. I mean, that's not how investigation is done. I'm simply saying there was a reason, there was a basis. And I'm mentioning this name because we disclosed the statement. If it wasn't disclosed, I was not even going to mention this name. But I'm simply answering counsel to say there was a base as to why we approached accused 1, because in that statement of this particular person, accused 1 and 2 are implicated as being involved specifically in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Lana kumele uthi manje kodwa uma uyakena ke number 1 awuyanga kena uphethe istatement leso sikaZungu uthi awungeke ukwenze lokho uphenyo lenziwa ngaleyo ndlela. Manje ke usuzobeka impilo yomuntu noma eyabantu engcupheni uye kumsola ophethe istatement uthi ubani nobani bathi ngawe. Kodwa ke esakwenza ukuthi ke nanjengoba ngisho ukuthi siye sinaso isizathu esisibangela noma esisiholela ukuthi siye kubona siyokhuluma nabo ngoba amagama abo akhona uyabachaza lapha kulesa statement sakhe yena ke uMr Zungu ekuyisona istatement abameli ababe naso ngaphambi kokuthi icala liqale.
All right. The basis for this question is will relate to the voluntariness and the element of the accused being free to make a statement. When Constable or when Sergeant Mohola, after she executed a warrant, ultimately accused number 1 was arrested. The approach was mainly on the execution of the warrant. Are you with me there? Because my question is mainly based on the elements that we need to prove under section 217, freely and voluntarily.
So we're dealing, I suppose, are we now on the confession part? Maybe just to understand,
No.
because Sergeant
No, it's part of the confession, it's part of the contestation of the 217(1)(a).
Yes. So
My question is, let me just rephrase it in order for us to understand. I'm saying, when the J50 was executed on the 30th of May 2020 by Sergeant Mkhula to accuse number 1, the sole purpose was at that time hidden in relation to the death of Senzo Meyiwa, to approach accused number 1 with the J50.
Well, my lord, I don't know how you hide the J50. The warrant of arrest, when it gets issued, firstly it's signed by the NPA, then it gets signed for the final authorization by the magistrate, and that's the procedure. So you have to make your case. So I'm not sure how the NPA and the magistrate from Tembisa will disregard the facts before them and hide Senzo Meyiwa. I don't know.
So I think, just to interject, sir, I wanted to, before you can interpret it, I wanted to clarify the question. Yes. I was saying the sole purpose of executing a J50 has been executed by Sergeant Mohola to accuse number 1. That's the purpose of the J50.
I'm answering that, my lord.
Yes.
So first I was
Now I'm saying, when she executed the J warrant, when she, the J50 warrant of arrest, she already had a prior knowledge of how accused number 1 is linked with the death of Senzo Meyiwa. That's prior knowledge I'm talking about.
which is not a crime, my lord. So Sergeant Mokola is part of the investigation team. And I've indicated, my lord, that when this affidavit was disposed, we're seized with the docket. And suddenly we get a link that points us to 2 individuals. Analysis around these individuals were done, and these cases in relation to accused number 1 were picked up. Tembisa case, and it's not the only case. There is phosphorus cases where he was actually tried and finalized with a conviction, my lord. So when he was approached on the Tembisa matter, this was not the only warrant. There was a warrant of arrest insofar as the phosphorus case where he shot a female officer there. I don't mean to defame, I'm just trying to show that this was not the only case. So to say there was a hidden agenda, there was another warrant that was existing, and eventually after arraigning him on the Tembisa matter, the phosphorus matter was then executed, he was tried, finalized with the conviction. So there was no hidden agenda, and that is before the matter before this court.
Akukho okwakufihliwe lana nokuthi ke uMokola ke kukhona awayekwazi ke yebo ke lokho akusona ke icala ukuthi khona ke wayekwazi ngoba makuyiwa kuyena ke ngalo icala leli laseThembisa kwangasilona kuphela ke ukhona laseForcedas usewasho ke ukuthi kwakuyini ke lapho udekanyisele nje ukuthi phansi ke kodwa washo ukuthi ke kwagijulwa owesifazane khona lapho lalikhona ke futhi naleli ke kwakunamanye amacala kwangasilona nje kuphela leli elaseThembisa noma iForcedas kodwa namanye futhi amacala.
Furthermore, my lord, to assist on that, because counsel referred to section 217, Sergeant Mokola, by the virtue of her rank, she's not a commissioned officer, and therefore not the justice of the peace. So she could not, I can't put her into that category. Perhaps that will apply when you speak to officers.
Futhi ke ngizwile ke ummeli ekhuluma ke ngayo ku section 217 ngokwesikhundla sakhe ke anaso ke emaphoyiseni uSergeant Mokola ke akumbeki ke lokho la kuthiwa khona ke ama officers ke a commissioned manje uma ukhuluma ke ngama officer ke mhlambe ke ungakusho ke lokho hayi kuyena.
I was not relating 217 with Sergeant Mokola. She's a sergeant. I'm well aware that she cannot take a confession, but for the first time, when she gave evidence that accused number 1 said something in relation to the death of Senzo Meyiwa, it was at the time she executed a J50 of 217/03/2019. That's the first time Sergeant Mokola said to this court that accused number 1 said something like an admission, but she was well aware that she cannot take this other than informing Brigadier Kininda. Do you agree with me?
I agree with that.
Uma uthi ke yebo uma uthe yena uma eya kumsolo wokuqala ke eya ke nayo ke J50 wabe esesho into ke yena ke uMokola ase udlulisela ke kuGininda ke ukuthi ngoba yena ke engavumelekile ke ukuthi lokho angakuthatha noma ke angakubhala phansi wase ekudlulisela kuyena uBrigadier Kininda.
So let's move on. Section after the execution of the J50, a warrant was effected. An arrest was effected on accused number 1, and he was then taken to Phosphorus. I just want to understand the reason. Maybe that has been communicated with you. What could be the reason for taking accused number 1 to Phosphorus?
Yes, so my lord, I think in my evidence in chief, I covered the aspect that said I was informed they are moving to Phosphorus to do other investigations. When I was informed about these admissions, I then requested them to meet me outside Phosphorus police station because they were on their way on investigation in relation to accused number 1. That's how we found ourselves outside the police station in Phosphorus.
Ukuthi kwakungani ke aye eForcedas ke bengichazile ke lokho uma ngiqala ngofakazi bami nobufakazi bami ke obuyinhloko ukuthi ke uma ke ngiqhumana nabo ke bangitshela ukuthi basendleleni ke eya khona eFosloras beyokwenza uphenyo ngase ngibacela ukuthi ke asihlanganeni ke kuyona ipolice station yaseFosloras.
The reason why I'm asking this, Mr. Kinenda or Brigadier Kinenda, is that Sergeant Mkholo told the court that after they allegedly found the ammunition in his shack, they then, accused number one, directed them to a hostel in Vusumuzi. The purpose was to retrieve a firearm, or was to investigate if there was a firearm that accused number one might be.
I'm not sure what to say, my lord.
All right, let me say, after he was arrested and after the ammunition was found in his shack, then they took accused number one to a hostel to look for a firearm.
Well, my lord, I think Sergeant Mkhula can best deal with those matters. I mean, she was there, she questioned the accused, they know what they did. I think she'll be in a better position to deal with those issues.
Ukuthi ke babeya ke hostel yaseVusumuzi emuva kokuthi kutholwe ke inhlamvu babese beyobheka ke manje isibhamu uMkhula ke uyena ke wayekhona owaxoxa ke noma wakhulumisana nomsolo wakhe uyena ongaphendula ngcono lapho.
And going to sorry. Oh, I thought the court is
Me, if I want to talk, I'll talk.
no, I heard the court
No.
with the funny sound.
You'll hear me when I want to talk, Mr. Ngomezu.
Yes. The purpose for going to Vosloras, it was not to do further investigations according to your evidence, which is compared to the evidence of Sergeant Mkholo,
No,
but was to look for the firearm in one of the hostels in Vosloras.
well, my lord, if that is what Sergeant Mkhula said, that's investigation. If you go and look, if police officers embark on any search on the official capacity, that falls under investigation. So we are saying the same thing.
Mina nawe sikhuluma into eyodwa ke ngoba uma kuwukuthi amaphoyisa ayahamba nje khona lapha ayosesha bayobheka khona ke uma uthi wena bayobheka isibhamu uphenyo lolo.
Now I understand the meaning of investigation, and I don't want to be distorted in relation to the definition. My concern is that when he was taken to Vosloras was to investigate other cases, which is new from what Sergeant Mkholo said. Sergeant Mkholo said, as they were preparing to go to Vosloras, they received a call to say they must wait for you in Vosloras police station.
As a court pleases, that is not
That's
entirely
not the
correct.
evidence. We all know that.
No. It is. I'll support it. I'll support it. Because I'll take you from what Constable Buthelezi said first, before you get the logic of what I'm talking about. Constable Buthelezi said they phoned Munareng to wait for them so that they wanted a backup to go to the hostel. That's what Constable Buthelezi said. To do what in the hostel. Now, what Sergeant Mkholo said, and sorry, let me finish the evidence of Sergeant Constable Buthelezi. Constable Buthelezi said, when they were still at Tembisa, he called Munareng for a backup so that they can go to one of the hostels in Vosloras. Do you understand, sir?
I do understand, I'm listening.
When they arrived in Vosloras, the escort assisted them to the hostel where Sergeant Mohola and accused number 1 entered the hostel under their guide.
My lord,
That is not correct.
It's the other way around. Let's understand the evidence. Otherwise, let's understand the evidence. After Sergeant Mohola says they found that ammunition,
Yes.
his evidence is accused number 1 is the one who led us to a hostel where he said to us, we will find the firearm.
In Tembisa.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
And just before they went to that place, it's when she says she had a tete-a-tete with accused number 1, who informed her of certain admissions. And she says she excoriated her. Why didn't you tell us this before you were arrested now? You should have told us. No,
Yes.
I knew one day I'll account.
Yes.
Then she, because as you rightly say, she's not a 217 officer, phones the brigadier to say, hey, accused number 1 has just made certain admissions to me. I think you must come and consult with him.
In Procedural.
And that's when they stop going to the hostel to look for the firearm, because he instructs them, come to the police station and force Loras. That's how I had the evidence.
That's correct, my lord. It's the same I
Oh.
had. But now I was relating the evidence of Constable Butelis.
Okay, fine.
Because it came first before the evidence of Sergeant Mohola.
Okay.
Because according to the evidence of Butelezi, they ended up in Fosloras. In Fosloras, the discrepancy is that Constable Butelezi led evidence which landed them in one of the in the hostels in Fosloras. That's the difference between his evidence and the evidence of Sergeant Mohola.
my lord, I was not in court when they testified. What I'm saying is, when I was told by Sergeant Mohola that accused 1 is making some admissions, and they were on their way to force the arrest for investigation, I then said not to step, the route that they were taking. Let us meet at force arrest ACPS. That's how we found each other there with accused number 1.
Lana ke okwenzekayo ukuthi uma ke umhola ubuthelezi benikezwe ngofakazi ke ngangekho enkantolo ngibaza ababusha, kodwa mina ngikushoyo ukuthi ke uma ngikhulumisana naye ke uSergeant Mohola engitshela ke ukuthi kukhona ke okuthize okuvunywa ke uyena umsolo wokuqala. Base ngitshela ke ukuthi babe sendleleni eya eForce Lotus, ngabe sengithi ke angaphazamisi ke indlela yabo noma laba yakhona, ngase ngithi ke asihlanganeni khona epolice station yase Force Lotus.
I understand everyone. Constable Butelezi explained the rights to accused number 1. Sergeant Mohola explained the rights, constitutional rights. When you arrived, when you had the chance to speak to accused number 1, you further explained the rights to accused number 1.
My lord, I don't, perhaps it's not put into the correct context to say further. I was not there when those rights were given. I, as the person who was going to question him in relation to this matter, I'm aware of the rights that he must be aware, that he must take note of in terms of the Constitution. So I explained them to him for the first time.
Thank you.
Mhlambe ke ukuthi ke babe sewachazelwe ke abanye obuthelezi omkhula ukuthi nami ke ngase ngiqhubeka ke mhlambe ke akusona ke indlela yokuthi ngayisho ke le mina kwakuwokuqala ke mina ukuthi ngizokhuluma naye ke ngikhuluma mayelana nalecala ke so ngangazi ukuthi ke kwapi amalungelo ngakufanele ngimtshele wona ukuthi awazi ngakwenza ke lokho.
And I'm not saying, my lord, there were no rights that were given. I'm saying to me, because I was encountering the accused for the first time. It's a procedure. That's how you cannot just ask someone in relation to an investigation that possibly makes that person a suspect or a person of interest without questioning them of their constitutional rights. That's not how we stand.
Angisho ke ukuthi ke babe ngamchazelanga ke laba ayekhulumisana nabo ngaphambili ke kodwa ngikhuluma ngami ke manje ukuthi ngangizokhuluma naye ke akwazi ukuthi vele ukhulume nje nomuntu ke mhlawumbe ukhulume naye noma uzokhuluma naye ke into engamenza ukuthi abe umsolwa ubese ungamchazeleki ngamalungelo akusiyona ke indlela ekwenziwa ngayo leyo.
My question, if I use the word further, meaning Constable Telezi explained the rights, Mukhola explained the rights, and such rights were further explained by you to accused number 1. That's how I wanted to put it. But there is evidence, as we have read it in examination in chief, that you read and explained the rights or the constitutional rights of accused number 1 in relation to the alleged admissions he has made at the police station in Procedural.
Yes, I'm not sure if I said I read. I didn't use the word.
No. You can delete it if you want to,
Yeah.
but you explained it.
Yes.
It's a matter of how you...
And I've mentioned them. What rights did I give him?
Yes,
what
I'm
I said,
getting into
but
the
not
rights.
reading them. Yes,
Yes.
that's correct.
Bese ngishilo ukuthi ke amalungelo wona ke ukumchazela noma ngasho futhi ukuthi wapi ke engamchaza imaphi engamchazela wona.
You are explaining the rights to accused number 1 at Procedural police station. Firstly, I would say amongst the rights that you have explained, the right to remain silent.
Yes, amongst them, my lord.
Kumalungelo engamchazela wona ke ilungelo ke lokuthula.
A right against self-incrimination.
Correct, my lord.
Nelungelo ke lokuthi ke ungakhulumi into ezofaka ke noma esho ukuthi uyambandakanyeka.
The rights or consequences of not remaining silent.
Yes, that if he does decide to say something that is incriminating, it can be used against him. That is correct, my lord.
Nemiphumela ke yokungathuli ke ngamanye amagama ke uma kunento oyikhulumayo ukuthi lokho okushoyo ke kungasetshenziswa ngakwena.
The right to legal representative. If you don't have your own, you can get a state lawyer. If I
Correct,
put it
my lord.
that way.
Ilungelo lommeli nokuthi uma ke uthi ke akwazi uyitholela ummeli umbuso ungakulekelela.
And to challenge any irregularities.
Well, first, the first one, my lord, was a right for him to be detained in an environment that is suitable with human habitation.
Elinye ke noma lokuqala kilelo kumchazela ukuthi ufaneleke ukuthi ke ugcinweke noma uvaleleke kwindawo ke efanelekileke eyamthana ke nezimo zokuthi ke umuntu ufanele avalelwe kwindawo enjeni.
It's one of the rights. Sorry?
Yes, and then of course the right to challenge the legality of his arrest, and if he feels that is unjust, that he should be released with immediate effect.
Futhi ke nelungelo lokuthi ke uma ubona ke ukuthi indlela ke oboshwe ngayo ke noma uvalelwe ngayo ke ayihambisani ke nomthetho ukuthi ke ungakulisa ke noma ungaphikisa ke lokho uma kutholakala ukuthi ngempela ke awuboshiwe ngendlela efanelekile unelungelo lokuthi udedelwe.
Did you explain the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty?
My lord, I think we're not in a trial, with due respect. I didn't explain that right. I didn't think it was significant. At that time, he needed to know those rights that I've given him, and then indicate what he wants to do. For example, my lord, he could have said, I want an attorney. That would have been the end of the discussion. We're not dealing with the trial issues.
Manje ke ilungelo lokuthi ke ufanele ke noma ke ubhekake noma ubuko nanje kumuntu ke omsulwa ke noma ke ongenacala ke kuze kube isikhathi ke lapho na ke inkantolo yona ke ifinyela kwesinye isinqumo. Angisibonanga ke isidingo sokuthi ke lelo ke ngichazeke ngoba ke bengaqhubeka cala ke lapha yana bekufanele nje ukuthi ngimchazele noma ngisho lana engiwashilo kuyena ebengathi nje cha ngifuna ummeli lapho ke iyaphela ke inkulumo yami naye ayisaqhubeki.
So
And my lord, I think those rights are clearly defined in section 35. You have a right of an accused person, a right of arrested person, and a right of a detained person. There's a difference. When a person appears before court, he's an accused person. The court will warn that person differently than what the police will do when they're arresting him for the first time on the street.
Futhi ke uma ubheka lamalungelo lana ke kunamalungelo ahlukene lana ke awukwazi ukuthi wahlanganiseke khona-ke lo muntu-ke oboshwayo umuntu owumsola ophambi kwenkantolo nomuntu-ke futhi ovalelwe-ke. Uma umuntu evela phambi kwenkantolo uwumangalelwa, inkantolo-ke yona-ke izomexwayisa ngendlela-ke eyehlukile nanjengendlela iphoyisa uma limbopha esitradini umuntu elizomxwayisa ngakhona.
So are you telling the court that the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty is a right explained during the course of the trial?
No, I'm saying for the purpose of the interview, we were not during the trial process. The purpose of what is it that he elects to do at that moment to take the investigation forward, those were the rights, my Lord, that were relevant. Because if he had said to me, I want an attorney, be it private or state, then you stop and proceed with those issues. If he says to me, like he said, no, I'm comfortable, I don't need an attorney, then I need to speak to you, knowing the consequences of his responses, and that he was making such concession to a commissioned officer who is regarded also as a justice of the peace, you proceed. You cannot say now the trial issues must come into effect. You are not there, my Lord. It's a stage that comes later. It's a process. So you don't just, that's what counsel is asking me. It's a further stage. At that stage, it is the ground part. That's where you start.
Lana-ke bekuseyilana-ke esisaqala khona-ke la ummeli angibuza khona-ke uma manje sesiya phambili-ke uma bekuwukuthi wayeshilo-ke kumina-ke ukuthi cha ufuna ummeli ngangeke siqhubeke-ke sasizophela khona lapho, kodwa-ke manje ukuthi nje ngimchazele lawo malungelo lawo abese yaqoka-ke noma uyakhetha-ke ukuthi ufisa ukwenza kanjani noma ukuthini-ke, kodwa-ke wangitshela-ke mina ukuthi cha akamfuna ummeli futhi-ke uyimisele ukuthi-ke akhulume-ke nami.
I understand the way you put it. A right to be presumed innocent. In anticipation, say for instance, accused number one, he made some sort of admissions which may have resulted in a confession of some sort. Do you understand?
He made a confession. The elements of the crime were all in there in what he told me, my Lord. I'm not sure if you say so.
No.
I viewed what he was telling me as a confession.
Lokho angitshela kona mina-ke kwakukhonyuluka-ke ngoba konke-ke nje okumayelana noma kuphathelene neqala-ke kwakukhona kuyona yonke leya nto awayengitshela yona.
Yes. If you are comfortable or you precisely understood the meaning of a confession and its requirements, if the elements of the particular offense were explained or were coughed out by accused number one, that's when it came to for you to make a decision that this is a confession. Hence, you had to call a person capable of taking a confession. Is that so?
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi-ke kuloko angitshela kona-ke bese manje ngezwa ukuthi yini-ke manje lena i-confession, ukugonyuluka, ukuvuma, yila manje sengithatha isinqumo khona-ke ukuthi manje angifoneleke umuntu ozongisiza ngokwenza khona lokho.
A person with such a wide experience in investigating cases, background of the law, there are certain things that to guard against when a person is making a confession. Do you know them?
I suppose the violation of their rights, my Lord, which I think I guarded against that. I'm not sure what counsel perhaps wants to say.
Angazi ukuthi yini-ke ummeli afuna ukuyisho-ke ngoba-ke yebo uma kuwukuthi umuntu uyakhuluma kukhona-ke izinto ofanele uyibheke-ke enye-ke ukucela phansi-ke kwamalungelo akhe.
My Lord, with your leave, may I refer a witness in relation to my cross-examination to a particular provision in the criminal procedure. Do you have a copy of the criminal procedure? Section 219. Can you please read section 219 for me? 219.
The highlighted part,
Yes, I believe so.
all of it.
No. Just, I think, section 2191.
So it says, evidence of any admission made extrajudicially by any person in relation to the commission of an offense shall, if such admission does not constitute a confession of that offense and is proved to have been voluntarily made by that person, be admissible in evidence against him in the criminal proceedings relating to that offense, provided that where the admission is made to a magistrate and reduced to writing by him, or is confirmed and reduced in writing in the presence of a magistrate, the admission shall, upon the mere production at the proceedings in question of the document in which the admission is contained. That's what it says.
Yes. There's something I missed. You didn't refer this to. So are you not reading section 219, capital letter A?
Well, you said 219.
I said
That's what I'm reading.
2191.
That's what I'm reading. It's 219.
May I see the? I'm not referring to section 219, capital letter A.
No, one. I'm reading
Yes.
capital 2191.
One.
Yes, that's
Yes.
the one I'm reading. It relates to the magistrate.
Yeah.
It's a different grouping with the justice of the peace, my lord.
Yeah, all right.
It is 2191.
No. Say it's 219. Section
Okay.
21. Can you check section 219 there?
Can I ask my lord that the council should just
Yeah,
highlight
maybe,
it?
yeah,
and
you're right.
maybe-
Mr. Gomez will read it for you. You can ask
Or maybe
Mr.
read
Junior
it,
to
yeah,
read
so I
that.
can
Yes.
read it.
Because the witness says he has read what you said he must read. Now you're saying, no, read 219.
There's a difference. There's a section 219 and a 219 capital A. I think what Mr. Mugomezulu wants the witness to read is 219, which reads, no confession made by any person shall be an admission in evidence against another person. I'm not sure that's the section that you wanted to read. And by the way, my lord, I'm not a junior. I was admitted before him.
When I use junior, I don't use it in terms of admission status. I use it in terms of appearing in this court. He is leading you. You may be senior, but he is leading you.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Nisili, am I correctly interpreting the status?
In that context, my lord, is my senior here.
Okay, they're fine, but let's be serious.
Yes. But
Is that the correct section you want this witness
that's correct.
to answer on?
I'm relating to that section.
Just repeat it so
Yes.
that
Just repeat it so that you get it.
It's section 219, and the title is Confession Not Admissible Against Another. And it reads, no confession made by any person shall be admissible in evidence against another person.
okay, that's what. Okay, fine. You heard that, sir.
I've heard my lord.
Right.
You understood what was read. My question is, at the time when accused number 1 was making a so-called confession, I'm less concerned about the contents of what he related to you. Were you aware of this provision?
I was aware, but my lord, that provision does not talk about things that you must be cautioned of before. It talks about the confession made by one person that it cannot be used to another person. The only thing that I'm aware of is that the person must be aware of his constitutional rights and make a selection of what he wants to do before admissions or confessions can be taken. Now that section simply tells you that you can't use the confession of person A on person B if they are both suspects. That's the essence of what was read to me.
Lokho kodwa ufunda la kumina ke noma ke engokufundela ke ukuthi nje uma kuukuthi othize ukhulumile noma ugonyulukileke lokho akushilo akukhoneki noma kwazeke ukuthi kungasetshenziswa komunye awumsolwa kanye naye ikona nje lo kodwa khulumike ngamalungelo ukuthi kufanele ukuthi qala ke kwenzeke nike kodwa khuluma nje ngokusetshenziswa kwayo,
which is completely different in relation to the requirements for the admissibility of the confession, my lord, that it must be made free, voluntarily, without any undue influence. There's a difference, my lord.
Kuhlukeke lokho ukuthi manje lokho uma umuntu ukwenza ke engaphoqelekileke futhi ukhululekile nje kuphuma kuyena kuhlukile kulokho.
Now, please just focus on section 219. Why I'm concerned about section 219? For you to make a decision at that time when accused number one told you, you made a decision to call a competent somebody to take a confession. Having heard the contents of what he told you, you made a decision, a spontaneous decision, to call a person that can assist with the taking of the confession.
Yes, that's how the best practice, my lord, is done. I could have taken it myself, but it's normally preferred that someone independent should take such writing. That's how the best practice. That's how things are done all over the country.
Indlela ke kusetshenzwa ngayo ekwenziwa ngayo ke leyo ke ngangakuthatha ke noma ngikubhale ngokwami ke lokho awayekusho kodwa ke indlela ke ekuyiyona ukuthi ke kubizwe ke umuntu ongasiyona ke ingxenye yophenyo walelicala ingakho ke nami ke ngaxhumana ke nomuntu.
And my lord, I was not so what perhaps must be clear, there was no confession that was being used against accused number one. He was making confessions and arrangements were made for that confession to be taken down. So we're dealing with one confession. There's no other confession except the one he made to me and subsequently introduced in writing to Colonel Mboto.
Ayikho ke enye eyayenziwe la ekwafakwa khona ke igama lakhe ke yilena ke i-confession lena umsolo oqala yena ke la wayekhuluma khona ke ngakwase ke kuthola ngenza ukuthi kutholakala umuntu yile eyabhalwa ke uyena uKolonel Mboto.
Brigadier Kininda, what you are answering me is not relating to the decision you took when after you listened to accused number one. You're not relating to that. I'm talking about the decision. You listen to the contents. Firstly, you guard against the rights not to be violated. That's all. Is that so?
Yes, and I did.
Yes.
I did
Number two.
Give him his rights, my lord.
Number two, I'm concerned about if you know what are the elements or the requirement of section 219.
My lord, the section that was read to me says you can't use a confession made by person A on person B. That's the essence of what was read to me, my lord.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm still on section 219. I'm going to argue on section 219 based on what as the source of the first person you received the information from accused number one, which necessitated you to take this person to a relevant person who can take a confession from accused number one. There are safety measures that are provided by section 219 to say that confession, if it comes to your attention being a brigadier, to say what he is telling me is also involving other people in that confession. Do you understand now?
I understand, but I don't agree with the assertion counsel is telling me. My understanding of that provision, my lord, it simply says that confession can only be used insofar as the person who made the confession. You can't spread it to accused number 2, 3, 4, and 5. That is the assertion, that is the essence of that question. In other words, you collect that evidence, that person is confessing, you will deal with that evidence if the court admits it insofar as that person who made a confession. Not that you can't listen to it.
Lana ke ngiyamuzwa ummeli into ayishoyo ke kodwa ke lokho eqeda ufunda kumina manje uthi yebo lo muntu angakhuluma uyayenza ke le confession kodwa ke isetshenziswa kuyena kuphela ayisetshenziswa ku number 2 ku number 3 ku number 4 no number 5 kodwa ke uma sekuyukuthi manje inkantolo iyavuma ukuthi ilaleleke ila izosetshenziswa kuyena.
That aspect I'll canvass it. My Lord, I think it's appropriate time to answer.
What's the time now?
It's 3:30.
3:30.
Yes.
Yeah, your last question was?
I'll canvass it tomorrow and leave it for argument later. So the charge sheet is.
Are you available on Gomso tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, we adjourn until tomorrow. That's it.
Done.